king of crochet. Alexander will make. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Rap about a man named Alec Hunter, tricking this girl and I straight up Alex stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football called this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
I come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He took his hedgehog fucking quilly dick out and he pissed on my fucking wife. And he said his dick was this big. And I said that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my twitter.com. Shadow the Hedgehog, you got a small dick. It's the size of this walnut except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dog looks like. That's
God, if there's not a fucking gamer remix to this episode, I'm gonna be so fucking mad.
A perfect shot. I would expect nothing less from a computer. Programmed to kill. I mean play golf.
Let's begin objective A. Fool the humans into thinking you're real. Trick the humans with inferior skill, even though you could win every time. I guess I can use my computer brain to calculate the angles at which to hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Hit the ball, get a perfect shot. Primary objective, fool them all. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects every corner. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let that Terminator do it for you. Shit. Fuck life. Fuck my life. In your anger you killed her. You fucked it up, objective B. Kill all humans. Kill all humans.
That wasn't fair because I didn't know it would be too hard.
That was almost motherfucking perfect. Just hit it as hard as you can. This is practice for when you're decapitating humans. Decapitating humans. No one will be alive to see it. Full blast again. My God, they'll kill us all. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects every corner. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let that Terminator do it for you. Shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger you killed her. Holy shit, I really fucked up there.
Didn't know it would be too hard.
Not even moving your feet. You didn't do that with a cheat. If I used 100% of my robot strength, I would have decimated it.
All humans will burn anyway.
The same rubber brain I use to identify the weak spots in humans. Hole in one, baby. Hole in one, baby. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Protects every corner. Join the resistance. John Connor will lead us. We just have to wait for him to be born. Holy fucking shit. You're a perfect machine. Don't let that Terminator do it for you. Shit. Fuck my life. Fuck my life. In your anger you killed her.
Boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations, welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter, and I will be your fabulous host this evening. So good to have you all here. So good to be back. Yes, that is right. We are collabing with Nekosaurus tonight. That is assuming Nekosaurus is feeling fine. I just got news that Nekosaurus may not be doing the best today. So we'll see how that goes. But regardless, hello, welcome in, welcome in. We do love our Nekosaurus here. We love Nekosaurus. Saurus is great. I met him. I had the pleasure of meeting him while we were in Yonkers, New York together. And just a wonderful guy. Just a lovely human being. Could not say enough positive things about him. I watched him a lot before I actually met him. Just finished watching Joven stream. Hey, very, very nice, very nice. I got a little, should I say this? Fuck it. I have a little bit of a bone to pick with that guy, with Joven. Just because I heard that he's voting independent this time, and I am not a fan of that. But I'll forgive him. For now. Oh yeah, I forgot we added this one.
I'm voting for Biden, so
hey, perfect timing.
come out from hiding. The
Voting for Biden, baby.
were awful and so unlawful, so I'm voting for Biden this time.
I gotta memorize this song.
This year, November the 3rd, something great will happen. This year, like Joe Biden has said, we can make this happen. So we're all voting for Biden. Yes, sirree, with Biden we're
Gonna go eat dinner with my family? Well, you go do that.
Now, nothing
It's important to
can
spend time with your family.
divide us with
I adore
Joe
Saurus myself.
beside us.
Surprised I even got into his content because he's a VTuber, not something I'm personally interested in. Yeah, same here. I think the VTuber thing was kind of an afterthought, but I could be wrong about that. I've seen some progressives say they aren't voting for Biden since they live in a predominantly blue area. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that, because you get too many people saying that they're not going to vote for Biden because they live in a blue area or a deep red area. And then it's like, well, now nobody's voting for him. You know? You can't all do that. One sec. Let me change the background lights, because I think it's dark enough. There we go. That's better. That's the jam right there. Very good. Also, I think I gotta change this front light, because I have a preset, but right now I look very orange, and I don't like that. Green, can I? Yeah, change this. Let's change it a little this direction. Orange man. Okay, that's better. I think that's better. I live in a blue area, but I'm still voting for him. We need everyone we can get. Yeah, especially since swing states are now, like, starting to skew toward Trump a little bit. Thank goodness, I thought it was a moderator. Oh, no, don't worry. The moderator color is blue, and you'll have a wrench next to your name. Right now, you just have my logo. Tell anyone who won't vote to help out someone who can't vote. Yeah, true. Too similar to another orange man. That orange man has hair. I don't. Probably plugs, but hair nonetheless. So yesterday, or no, the day before yesterday, I bought Haichu. And if you don't know what Haichu is, it's basically just like fruity taffy kind of stuff. It's very chewy. So I bought Haichu. I go to Michael's to get more like yarn craft stuff, you know. And I'm eating my Haichu. I decide I'm going to take one more piece before I leave the rest in the car and go inside. Take one more piece. I take a bite. Right? Delicious. grape flavored, or was it? No, it was like kiwi flavored, I think. I got the tropical ones. So I got the tropical ones, and then as soon as I bite into it, and I'm like chewing it, I feel a little twinge of pain in my bottom tooth right here, my bottom right molar. And I'm like, ah, right? And I hear a little, and I'm like, what was that? And I'm like, oh shit! And I pull the high chew out of my mouth, and stuck inside was my cap, my crown. I have a crown on this tooth, and it was stuck to the high chew. And I was like, oh shit, because that's never happened to me before. So I had to make an appointment for today. So I had to wake up. And I woke up late, so I called them and said, hey, I'm going to be 15 minutes late. And they were like, we can't do 15 minutes late. You're going to have to reschedule. And I was like, oh, shit. And so I'm like, basically speeding to the dentist's office, and I make it with like, I was like 8 or 9 minutes late instead of 15. And they were like, okay, good, you're just in time. And I'm like, oh, thank God. And then, of course, I have to wait for 10 minutes anyway, so that was cool. But yeah, paid $200 for that today to get that put back in. Probably gonna get some of it reimbursed, but you know, still sucks. This whole situation makes me wish I wasn't an American. The health situation or Biden situation. Like the tooth situation, because that would also do it. But it's not being an American that hurt me that time. That was me just being really bad about my teeth. So I did that this morning. And then me and Katie had to go and get some wedding stuff done. So we went to meet her officiator, I believe. And really nice guy. Love the guy. But he's like, what's it called? He's a Christian, but I can't remember the brand. No, not evangelical. Methodist. He's a Methodist. So he opened like the book that had our lines in it, and it was a lot of God, like a whole lot of God, and it was like God created male and female, like he would basically be saying this during the wedding. God created male and female so that they may bond and whatever, and honor and glory to Jesus and God. It's so weird. Like I look back and I'm like, how the fuck did I think any of that was like normal? You know what I mean? Yeah, the brand. As a Brit, please explain how bad JD Vance is as an Ohioan. I only know a little bit about him. I honestly don't know as much as I should. It's just happenstance that we both are in Ohio. He works more on a national level because he's a congressman, I believe. He's not a senator, right? He's a congressman? No, he's senator. Senator JD Vance, my bad. See, that's how much I know about him. It's really bad. But, why is my video feed messing up? It should not be messing up. I bought a very expensive video feed. Hopefully it's fine. Yeah, it's messing up a little bit. Hopefully nobody else can tell. Senators are congressmen? Yes, but I meant... There's Congress and there's the Senate. There's the House and there's the Senate. That's what I meant. A House member. My bad. My bad. I dread having my wisdom teeth removed. Yeah, it's not fun. I only paid $300 to get my wisdom teeth removed. In Poland. Hey, that's pretty good. I wonder who we're going to get as the next senator if he does take office. Yeah, I have no clue. Looks normal on my end. Okay, well that's good. Yes, representative. Sorry. Got it. Sorry, terminology. Vocabulary was never my forte. I'm a logical thinker, okay? Yeah. So, yeah. You guys want to see some crochet updates? King of Crochet. Alec Gunter, he does crochet. Okay, so here's what I got. So you guys might remember Cindy, aka Cinnamon. I just put him up for sale today, and the moment that I did... Oh yeah, I also added flames to his back. The moment I put him up for sale, somebody bought him. So Cinnamon is spoken for. So everybody say goodbye to Cinnamon because I'll be this will probably be the last time you see him on the stream. I won't be streaming Friday because we're going to a convention. But I'll be shipping him out probably on Friday. So he's sold. Say goodbye. I also made this guy. Big Mean. Big Angie. Here, there you go. You can see his eyebrows better, like, against the background there. His eyebrows are so cute. Thank you. I wasn't sure. So, like, when I was looking at patterns, I actually stole the idea for the eyebrows from somebody else. I forget who it was. But, like, I still designed them myself. It's just, like, the eyebrows... Like, I saw so many people just making a basic ball shape and then just putting the eyes on it and, like, outlining them to make it appear as though he has eyebrows. But I actually crocheted the eyebrows. And I think they look really good. The red looks so good. Thank you. This is velvet yarn. It's a little bit more expensive than the chenille I've been using, the chenille. But I really liked these colors, so I went with it. And he is for sale on my Etsy store. I just lowered the price to $50, $49.99. $49.99 for Voltorb. We gotta name him. The eyebrows fit so well. Thank you. Voltorb looks like an angry pulling ball. A little bit. Looks fancy. It is fancy. He's very fancy. We gotta name him. What do we name Voltorb here? He's also very squishy. Victor? Victor's pretty good. Boom Boom. That sounds like poop. I don't want to name him Poop. That's the problem. Okay, that's why I wasn't showing up as bright as I wanted. I have to move my light. Aries? I like Victor so far. Victor the Voltorb. Big Mean. Dinah? I think Queen Laura's on it. I think Queen Laura wins. Victor's pretty good. We're gonna go with Victor the Voltorb. So it's Victor the Voltorb. He's on sale for $50 on the store. It's etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs. All one word. Etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs. You can get them today. They're selling like hotcakes. We just sold Cindy here, so Cindy's spoken for. But Voltorb, Victor the Voltorb, can be yours. Voltorb inspired. Legally distinct Voltorb inspired plushie. And legally distinct Cyndaquil inspired plushie. Cinnamon. Okay, last one. Don't laugh. Don't do it. Don't laugh. It's not what you think, so don't laugh. Anybody can guess what this is going to be. And don't say it. I know you want to. I want to star you. Is this a giant Mew? This is in fact a giant Mew. Very good. This is gonna be Mew. I got the hips done. Both of the hips, so I just gotta sew them on after I stuff them a little bit. So that'll be his hip. You can see his snout right there when I hold him to the side. That'll be his hip. I still gotta do his feet. And his hands and his ears, and then his eyes. Hands, feet, ears, and eyes. Eyes and ears and mouth and nose. The color reminded me of Mimikyu. That's a huge Mew. It is pretty big. He's a big boy. Mew is usually a little bit smaller than this. But I followed a pattern, and it was a really, really good pattern, and I wanted to use this really, really good yarn with the really, really good pattern. So it is going to be a large Mew, mega sized, okay? But that's not all. Because I'll be making 2 of them. This one in a slightly different color that some of you may recognize as Mew's shiny color. So it'll be Mew brothers, or siblings if you will, because they're genderless. So Mew siblings. One shiny, one not. But we love both of them. Is it a mushroom? No. Amogus? No. I do have an Amogus crochet doll. Here, I'll show you guys real quick. We're gonna get started in a second, but let me show you the people who haven't seen it. So I made this little dude a while ago before I understood that I needed to use a smaller hook size for this size yarn. And this is a failed Darth Vader. Some of you may have seen my Darth Vader already. And so instead of giving it a head, I decided to just give it, like instead of continuing with it, it's like a little bit lopsided, as you can see. So I just decided to make it a little Amogus. It does not stand up very well. But yeah, I maked it. I maked it. Alright, let me put him back. I haven't seen the Darth Vader. Here, I'll pull him out. Okay, here's Darth Vader. Last one, then we gotta get started. Here's Darth Vader, everybody. Pretty cool, right? I made this one for my dad, but I haven't given it to him yet. It was supposed to be for Father's Day. That's good, thank you. It's a pattern. I followed a pattern. I didn't make this myself. I followed a pattern. So credit to the pattern maker. Hello, NB Pal. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of that one. But that's from my dad. How are you? Hey, Owl, how you doing? Doing good. You made a Darth Vader's crochet helmet design look less stupid than the actual Darth Vader design. Well, thank you. It's a little bit lopsided. It's one of my first works, but it's still pretty good. All right, let me go put him back. I will give him to my dad one of these days. Still amazing, thank you. I made the Voltorb myself without a pattern. Everything else has been a pattern, though. Voltorb was easy, though. It's just a ball with eyebrows. And the eyebrows weren't too hard to figure out. There we go. So yeah. There's your update. How's your dad enjoying Villain? He's only seen episode 1. So, it was a little bit, like, episode 1's a little bit slow, so, we haven't quite gotten there yet. Ball. Alright. You guys want to get started? So, I have a couple that we could watch. And by a couple, I literally mean 2. I think I'm gonna go with this guy, though. Let's see, Elijah Zelke. If you used a brown instead of red, it could be the ancient Voltorb. Oh yeah, for sure. I also thought about using the light blue that I have for shiny Mewtwo. The only problem is that they're two different types of yarn, and it's a sin to use two different types of thread in one Pokemon doll. I mean, it still probably would work, but it would feel a little bit different on the part that's velvet as opposed to the part that's not. I do have this cream yarn. This could work, probably. Especially since he's shiny. Nobody would question it. Hello, Pufferfish. Welcome in. So the cream with the blue. Here, let's... I think that would work as a shiny. Spaghetti color? Yeah, a little bit. It's like cream colored. That could probably work. It's just like a little bit off white. Would mixing be all that bad? For all I know, it could be done for texturing. I did mix it with Jigglypuff, so it's not like terrible. But with Jigglypuff, it's just the eyes. With this, it would be like half of the body is one texture and half the body is the other texture. So I think I'm gonna try to keep it the same type of yarn when I can. All right. I also have another video in content suggestions that we could kind of go over, but they said to just go over 2 minutes of it out of like the 40 that there are, so I don't know. What is your necklace? This is the Hylian Shield. I couldn't find my other necklace, which I then realized was right in front of me. This is the one I usually like to wear. And this one is the Sunny from One Piece. But I went with the Hylian Shield. You can kind of see it a little better anyway against the red. I've never seen yarn that thick before. It's really fun to work with. It's called chenille yarn, C-H-E-N-I-L-L-E. Oh yeah, one more update. I finally got more purple yarn for the Gengar. Finally, more purple yarn came in. So Gengar's my next on my to-do list to finish. I'm probably going to be working tomorrow at work on... I might work a little bit on the Gengar, but I can't really bring my stuffing to work. Like, I could, but, like, I don't want to, like, drag all of my fucking supplies in where I'm supposed to be taking care of my patient. So I try to keep my supplies limited. Yeah, purple for Gengar. So, yeah. Yes, your boy will be complete, yes. But, yeah, I'll think about it. I'll probably be working on stuff over the weekend, too. While I'm out of town. Hello, Gayfesh. Welcome. Gengar might be my favorite ghost Pokemon, aside from Ghastly. I think Gengar could have been a really good... Like, here. If his first transformation... Like, if his first form had looked a little bit more like Sableye does... Right? Not Sableye himself, because he's, like, jewel-focused. But, like, that into that, I feel like makes a little bit more sense. You know what I mean? I think that Ghastly into Haunter should have been the end of the line. Like, Ghastly into Haunter is perfect. Gengar himself is very cool. I love Gengar. But I think that Ghastly, Haunter, and then into Gengar is a little bit sloppy. Just a little bit. What even is my favorite ghost type? I don't think people have figured out all of their favorite types. They just have, like, a couple of favorite Pokemon. Like, my favorite Pokemon probably... I usually default to Cyndaquil. I like Mewtwo a lot. Who else? Cinderace. Love Cinderace. And the whole Cinderace line is just great. I love that line. Zorua? He's alright. I don't know much about Zorua. Eevee's pretty good. My friend's favorite Pokemon is Haunter, but how would you even integrate the hands? You'd basically just have to stitch them on. Here. There's a couple of different ways people have done it. Oh, that's a cute one. That one's pretty cute. That one just looks like a hunter kind of spider thing. Looks like this person attached it with strings, so they're like floppy. That's pretty cool, actually. I like that a lot. Yeah, it would just be a little bit... You would just have to be careful with it. It would be more for display than for playing. I can just say Giratina since it's my second most favorite. There you go. Ash's Gengar didn't deserve being abandoned like that. I forget what, I don't know exactly what happened to Ash's Gengar, so I don't know. I know that he used him for Alakazam. Did he just get rid of him after that? Or I guess that was Haunter, technically. My favorite grass is Trico line. I like Grovyle a lot, but not Sceptile. I think Sceptile's Mega Evolution does him a lot more service than does his original. I think this is really cool for, like, the actual Sceptile form. Except for, like, the balls on his back. I can never get into the balls on his back. But this is just sloppy. I feel like this is sloppy. Like, here's my problem. Grovyle, right, has a really sleek, fast kind of look to him. Like, he looks almost like a ninja carrying shurikens, you know what I mean? He's, like, got a little bit of a tummy, but, like, it's cute, right? It's in a cute way. But then you get to Sceptile, and it's just like... You know, what is this thing? This is not this, like... And even his stance is not good. You know what I mean? He's like, ooh, hoo, hoo. I kind of agree. I think that Sceptile has some good ideas that could have been worked better. It's kind of the same way that, like his final evolution. Like, the final evolution would have worked better on a different line, I guess. I really should do what that one guy does. I can't remember his name. Burrito would be good. If you get me like something with chicken and cheese in it, that'd be great.
Oh.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna order quite yet, but I wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Aggron's my favorite. I'm gonna shit on you a little bit for that because I feel like Aggron is a brand of like specific type of Pokemon. It's kind of like got that kaiju look, you know. It's like the same thing as like Rhydon, Kangaskhan, Tyranitar, a little bit of Dragonite, but Dragonite I can see more because it's more like fluffy. Nidoking, although I think Nidoking also is a little bit better. Walking Wake. What's that again? This one is interesting. I like Suicune a lot, so I'm kind of mixed on this because he's very goofy looking and lizard-like. So I'm a little bit mixed on this. Regigigas, not the biggest fan. I feel like Regigigas was very lazy. I don't know. I don't care, I love him. That's fine. You're allowed to love very basic looking Pokemon. Mimikyu is very good. Mimikyu is an icon. What a great idea. Finally, the Pikachu clone we deserve. Finally. The Pikachu clone we needed, but not the one we deserve, right? Raging Bolt. We gotta get off of this soon. People are waiting for the juice. People are waiting for the juice. See, I'm not a fan of this one either. They look like dinosaurs, man. And I know that's the point. I think that, what's Entei's called? Entei, what are they called again? There it is. I think this one's better. Paradox form. Gouging Fire. This one is definitely better because they kept more of the cat. Like, he looks like a saber-toothed cat. It's sick. So I like this one a lot. They kind of like got the cat and dinosaur thing going on. But the other two just look like dinosaurs, and Suicune looks like a dumb lizard thing. Joltik is probably one of my favorite electric types. I'm actually working on a Joltik. I just haven't worked on it in a while because I'm so obsessed with working with that chenille yarn. And the Joltik is made with worsted weight. Entei never seemed that good. Entei's really not that good of a Pokemon. Like, I love his design for the most part. I think he's a little bit busy, but I do like his design concept. But as a Pokemon, he kind of sucks ass. I think Suicune was always like the best out of the three. They were actually supposed to be dogs in Gold and Silver. That's why they were called dogs, I guess, but like, they're clearly based off of cats. So. Pokemon descriptions. Who's the guy that I'm thinking of? He does One Piece shorts and like describes Pokemon in his shorts. And I love him so much. TB Skyen. I love this guy. If you haven't seen this guy, you should go see him. Here.
If you don't like Wooper, we can't be friends. This adorably cheerful little blob seems to be based on adolescent salamanders, with its flat tail and gill filaments extending from its head, all spruced up with a tremendous helping of Pokemon mascot adorableness. Wooper is as simple as can be, which is to say no more complicated than it needs to be. Paldean Wooper turns its gill filaments into skull and crossbones, alluding to its now poisonous nature, aided by the shapes on its body, now imitating the idea of a skeletal ribcage. It's a great way to give this brown blob some poison theming. It works really well. And Quagsire has always been a personal favorite for me just because he looks like such a perfect, dopey, happy, golden retriever-esque, cheerful salamander blob who isn't charmed by this. But with the advent of Gen 9, I'm sorry, Quagsire, there's a new and superior Wooper evolution. Clodsire is perfect. It looks like an idiot, it is shaped like a friend, and I want a giant beanbag shaped exactly like it. I will not hear a word spoken against this, my perfect child. Subscribe to this channel for shorts.
Ooh, I should do Clodsire next. That'd be a really good one. Ooh, I should crochet Clodsire. That would sell like a fucking hotcake, dude. Wooper's overrated? I gotta ban you, sorry. I'll do it later. TB Skyen's really good. I love TB Skyen. Yeah, Clodsire is the best boy. Okay! Juice! I was supposed to get on with Surus at 6, but we rescheduled to 7. So juice time. We gotta get it through. We gotta get through it. Juice.
Next time.
Oh, my bad.
Next.
There we go. I feel like I'm still a little bit too orange. One sec. That's a little better. I'm hella opinionated against popular. Ooh, especially cutesy Pokemon. Ooh, we got a hipster in chat. Hipster. Like Mercury's a hipster. Uh-oh. That's okay. We love you anyway. All right. Let's get going. So, as an atheist, I don't believe in God. I don't think God is real. But in as far as he may be, I think that he's evil. I think he's a dick. And that's because if you ascribe to the notion that God is all good, all knowing, and all powerful, that's impossible. Like, he can't be all three of those things. He can only be all three of those things if you think that the suffering in the world is part of the good. And I'm sorry, but cancer is not good. Hitler was not good. There are plenty of things that are not good in this world. Wasps and mosquitoes, horrible, horrible creatures. Why did God make those things besides just to fuck with us, right? They don't even contribute that much to the ecosystem. But I digress. So anyway, the reason I bring that up is because I found this guy, Elijah Zelke, all right? He's a little bit smaller than I am, but I'm starting to care less and less about, like, whether or not a creator is actually smaller than me. Just because, like, I'm sorry, like, you put your shit up on the internet, and I have the right to critique it. So Elijah Zelke here says, when someone says God is evil, say this. Now, he's going to be, I guess, reacting to somebody else, but I found his content first, and so I'm going to be going over his content where he reviews somebody else's content, and we'll just critique both of their words, I guess. Okay, let's get going.
Next time someone says that God is evil, you can tell them this.
Suppose it's all true.
What's up with the blurriness, man? I mean, I have that problem too sometimes, to be fair, but ooh, he's got his kitchen. Okay, he's got a little bit of a homey background here. I kind of like it. I wouldn't have picked the kitchen. I think that the living room is a little bit more cozy, but not bad. Not bad. It looks authentic.
That God is evil, you can tell them this.
The camera clearly
Suppose
likes
it's
the
all
background
true,
better.
and you walk up to the pearly gates and you are confronted by God. What will Stephen Fry say to him, her, or it?
I will basically...
Stephen Fry.
That is the Odyssey. I think I'd say bone cancer in children. What's that about?
True.
How dare you? How dare you create a world in which
Agreed.
there's such misery that is not our fault? It's not right. It's utterly, utterly evil. Why should I respect a capricious, mean-minded, stupid God who creates a world which is so full of injustice and pain? That's what I'd say.
And you think you're going to...
So you can see right there, he has a lot of hurt and a lot of pain, and he has a lot of questions for God. Why?
You don't have to have a lot of hurt and a lot of pain yourself in order to recognize the hurt and pain that other people have. You can look at other people. See, this is an entirely selfish point of view, my friend. You can look at other people suffering and understand that, like, that's not a good thing, even if you yourself are not suffering.
Why is there terrible stuff happening to this world? Continue to watch, because there is an answer for you today.
Get in, but I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to get in on his terms. They're wrong. Now, if I died and it was Pluto, Hades, and if it was the 12 Greek gods, then I would have more truck with it, because the Greeks they didn't pretend not to be human in their appetites and
That's
in
true.
their capriciousness and in their unreasonableness. They didn't present themselves as
They also didn't present themselves as, like, all-powerful, but that's kind of what he's getting at, too, so I'll let him continue.
being all-seeing, all-wise, all-kind,
Yeah, exactly.
all-beneficent. Because the God who created this universe, if it was created,
They didn't lie to
is
us.
quite clearly a maniac, utter maniac, totally selfish.
Same with Kemetic gods?
We
I
have
don't
to
know
spend
Kemetic
our
gods.
life on our knees thanking him?
Egyptian?
What kind
Gotcha.
of God would do that? Yes, the world is very splendid, but it also has in it insects whose whole life cycle is to burrow into...
But it's not about we have to spend our whole life on our knees thanking him. It's about we get to spend our whole life.
No, you want to. I want to live my own damn life.
On our knees.
So you can waste your time doing that.
He is so good.
Have fun.
Continue to watch, because the answer is coming.
Eyes of children.
You also say, by the way, that those who don't go to hell. Okay? So I don't want to hear that shit.
Make them blind. They
Oh, we
eat
get to.
outwards
Yeah,
from
okay.
the eyes.
What happens if you don't?
Why? Why did you do that to us? You could easily have made a creation in which that didn't exist. It is simply not acceptable.
I agree.
You know, atheism is not just about not believing there's a God, but on the assumption that there is one. What kind of God is he? It's perfectly apparent that he is monstrous, utterly monstrous.
Yes, because if you read, he's right. Because if you read the scripture, I've said this so many times now in the recent past. The scripture presents him as a dickbag. Okay, literarily speaking, if you don't take that lesson from him, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, that's the only lesson you can take from him, from that book. Like, as far as God goes, as far as like his personality goes, I mean. I appreciate that he stopped in the middle of his video to tell you that the video will continue. Who? This guy?
And deserves no respect whatsoever. The moment you banish him, your life becomes simpler, purer, cleaner.
I agree.
More worth living.
It sure did.
Opinion.
That sure is the longest answer to that question that I ever got in this entire series.
Let me just say to begin with that I totally
Wait, we have a third one? Or a fourth, I guess, right? Because the third one would be this guy reacting. Okay. So wait, he's just watching people that he agrees with and reacting to them? Why don't I just watch this guy, man?
Understand why Stephen's sentiments resonate
with
so many people. If an all-powerful God made the world, would that not make God, as stated by Stephen Fry, utterly evil? Stephen instead chooses, rather than believing in that, to believe that things simply are as they are. The world just is as it is. But at the same time, he seems very angry about it, and he seems angry at God for it. So
as
the
you
question
should be.
becomes, does...
And as far as God is real, yes, you should be angry.
This response in the face of evil actually make sense, and does it actually take us anywhere? In other words,
yes.
Does it actually solve the problem of evil? In order to answer this question, let's go to John Lennox now.
Well, wait.
I'll let him take it away.
Well, wait. It's not a... Oh, we got more people. Okay, cool. So, it's not a matter of whether or not you're solving the problem. It's recognizing the source of the problem, okay? And if you believe that God is real, and you believe that God created everything, that means that God created cancer. God impregnated a 12-year-old against her will. Yes, exactly. God killed children in the Bible. Exactly. Thank you, chat. Exactly. Okay? God told you, get on your knees and worship me or I'll send you to hell. God's kind of a dick, man. And it's okay to recognize that. Just because it doesn't fix anything doesn't mean you can't recognize that, if he is in fact real, which I don't believe he is.
Around the world, I find these days, and it's very interesting, even this week, I've been asked to speak
this
on
guy's
the
just
problem of
people
evil
watching.
twice out of 4. Because I find
add
that
commentary,
people are hurting,
man.
They're looking for answers, and they find their friends suffering either with a natural catastrophe like a brain tumor, or they're raped, or they're abused in some way, and they're desperately trying to come to terms with it. I find it a very hard problem. It's the hardest problem I face. And I do not think atheism solves it, except in a fairly trivial way. It says, well, that's just how the world is. But you see,
yeah, because that makes a lot more sense. That makes so much more sense. Yeah, suffering exists because that's just the way of the world, man. That's how evolution dicked us over, okay? Because evolution doesn't care about you, and it doesn't pretend to care. It's just a force of nature, all right? It stuck you on this planet. It started you out as bacteria. It evolved until it got to you, all right? And the evolution process, as I said several times in my last, one of my last uploads that I just watched over and explained very poorly, evolution is a pretty shittily run process, you know? Like, it does its job, but only barely. Why do we have back pain and knee pain when we get to a certain age? You know, why is my hairline receding? And that actually is not good for finding a mate, you know? Like, there are all kinds of questions you can ask. But what makes sense, though, is that evolution is just a shitty process that doesn't care about you. It only cares about how, it doesn't care about anything. It's just a force of nature, is my point. And it makes way more sense than, like, this all-loving, all-knowing God. How many levels of reaction are we in? Well, technically, okay, so we got the guy... We got that one guy, right? They can see in the bottom there. Reacting to 2 different people that this guy is reacting to. So I'm reacting to this guy, reacting to the other guy, reacting to 2 other people. Or I guess this would make it 5 people, because there was 2 people in the first clip and 3 people in this one.
See, what
a lot of characters in this arc.
Is it doesn't remove the
too many
pain
filler
of the
characters.
Suffering. And I'm faced very often with people who've just been given a few weeks to live or months to live. And they want answers. They want to put this into a big picture, and I can understand that. And if I didn't feel there was any way
I always start my
into
stream
this
slow.
question, I wouldn't sit here for a millisecond.
Gotta rev it up.
I wouldn't sit here for a millisecond.
Hold on, I wasn't listening.
And I can understand that. And if I didn't feel there was any way into this question, I wouldn't sit here for a millisecond. I wouldn't sit here.
Then answer it. Stop with all the filler. Answer it.
Because my heart really goes out to people who are on the rough end of suffering. And the problem with our world is that we can argue about God being all good, all powerful, and if he was this, he could do that. And none of us has ever been satisfied with that kind of an argument, as I think you were essentially pointing out.
Yeah, so answer the question.
When we've done all the philosophical arguing, we're presented with two things that I call beauty and barbed wire. We're presented with a mixed world and a mixed picture. And we have to try to make sense
an imperfect world from
it.
a supposedly created God, perfect God.
I would claim that atheism superficially appears to have a solution, but deep down there's
No, it's not
solution
about the
because
solution.
It leaves the suffering. The suffering doesn't go away, but it removes all.
You're doing the same fucking thing. They redirect the question to how do we get rid of the suffering? The question is not how do we get rid of the suffering. The question is why did your God allow it in the first place? Okay? There shouldn't be any suffering to fix if your God's perfect. All right? So stop with redirecting the question.
Hope.
You don't believe
That's not my
there's a
job.
God? There is literally no hope. It's pointless. Life is meaningless. There's no point.
What the fuck are you talking about? I love my life. I don't believe in God, and I love my life. You know why? Because I only have a little bit of time on this earth to live it. So I'm going to love every moment of it to the best of my ability. I'm going to crochet my little toys that people enjoy, right? I'm going to do my little stream, do a little bit of workouts when I actually feel like it, and flex my little biceps, you know, that are insignificant in the grand scheme of the universe. And then I'll die. And on my deathbed, hopefully I can say, you know what? It was short, and there's nothing after it, but I was here for the good stuff. You know, I enjoyed the good stuff. And now my consciousness will dip back into the collective consciousness of the universe that I personally think is there, but I don't know if it's actually there. I don't have any proof. But that's kind of what I think happens, in a sense. I would love to see someone call out their BS to their face like that. Well, this guy's smaller than I am. I mean, he'll probably watch this, if we're being real. And also, dude, if you do watch this, actually react to this shit. Like, on your own. Like, go find something that you personally disagree with, and go react to it. Don't just sit here and watch other people for 5 minutes until you finally add commentary. You've literally added commentary twice in 5 minutes. I didn't do that. I'm just saying. This better be good. It better be a good long tangent you got.
Point to keep on going on if you feel hopeless, because there's no God. There's no one to turn to besides yourself. And yourself is pretty disappointing sometimes, not gonna lie. But with God, there is hope.
Speak for your fucking self, pretty boy, all right? I find myself pretty amazing.
There is a reason to live. And I'm just super excited because he's getting into what is next. What's the point? What's the reason? What's this amazing solution?
And to the point, because I think this is...
That was it? You didn't add anything to the conversation, man. Why are you even doing this video? What's the point of this? It's so stupid. I might as well just watch the other guy.
A huge
You're just stealing his views.
Deserves a lengthy time devoted to it.
Then start devoting it.
2 days
Go.
after the earthquake. I had to meet people who lost their husbands or their wives.
Still no answer.
And every interview I did on radio and
just
television
redirect
was
and avoid the
and
question.
That's a very difficult question, because earthquakes are necessary for the preservation of human life. And when you factor that in...
Why? Hold on, why? First of all, I don't even disagree with that premise. They might be, but why? Like, is your God so imperfect that he had to create an entire natural phenomenon that kills people in the process of saving other people? Doesn't sound like a very perfect God to me. Not on a small scale. Right, I understand that, like, earthquakes led to the land formations and the climate that we have today. But, that's a historical thing. Like, modern day earthquakes, like, individually, the process of the earthquakes taking form led to where we are today. The process of the earthquakes formed the earth as it is today that led to us being able to exist on the earth. But current day earthquakes don't help us really at all. At least not to my understanding.
comes a huge question. Could God not have made a world in which this kind of thing doesn't happen?
Yes,
Couldn't
good
he have
question.
made a world in which
Let's answer it.
human beings don't do these awful things to one another? Well, the answer to the latter question is, of course he could. We can make such
Yes.
worlds. They're called robotic worlds, but there are
What?
no humans in them. We're wishing.
What the fuck kind of answer is that? What? No. That world is called a world without earthquakes. Guess what a world without earthquakes would be? A world with less suffering. Like, what fucking kind of answer is... No, I reject that answer completely. That's such a stupid answer.
Wishing ourselves out of existence.
Yeah, heaven
if we
is...
say,
Yeah,
could-
exactly. That would make heaven a robotic world. Thank you, Ezreal. That's a great point. What are you saying that, like, when you get to heaven, you just, like, get washed of all your, like, free will and all of your, like, if suffering is necessary to be happy, then what does that make heaven? It makes it a robotic world, according to you. Excellent point.
Could God not have made a world in which people are incapable of doing evil? Because evil is the flip side of the capacity to do good.
But evil as we understand it only exists because if you believe in God, evil as we understand it, God created evil as we understand it. He could have made people without the inclination to commit evil. Or, let's put it this way, he could have made evil without making murder. Okay? You can still do evil things without murdering people. He could have made evil without making torture a thing. Okay? Like, torture is impossible. Maybe you can end somebody's life, but you can't torture him to death, right? Because pain is a thing. Or pain wouldn't be a thing, I mean. You could make pain not a thing. You could make suffocating to death not a thing. Suffering could just not be a thing. Okay? So you can water down the evil, like, or you can add evil to the equation, okay? Imagine, like, super murder. You kill somebody twice over. You kill somebody, bring them back to life, kill them again. Super murder. That's not possible either. Well, that must be because God is so good that he didn't make it possible to bring people back to life so that we can murder them again. Right? We have an understanding of what is evil and what's not based upon what causes people pain and takes away their freedom. But those things, if you believe in God, did not have to exist in the first place. We could have all just been free, period, end of story, and not had any evil inclinations. God created us with the inclination to do evil. That was his doing. Or at least some of us to do evil. I'm perfect. I don't ever commit evil. Super theft, yeah. Super theft is based. I believe you would, because if heaven is real, you're only allowed to feel happiness, joy, and pleasure. You couldn't feel sorrow, pain, or loss. And you would have loss in heaven. Everyone will make it in. If everyone makes it in. Wait, you would have loss in heaven, not everyone will make it in. Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, you would basically be a robot because, like, you would go to heaven, but your family members would go to hell. And then, like, you're just, like, happy-go-lucky, haha, I'm in heaven, everybody, look at me, hoo-wee. And then, like, your son, who is estranged from you, goes to hell because he was a degenerate pagan, whatever. Pain is a survival response? Yes, but it doesn't have to be. You could have had a survival... Like, try to think outside the box. Christians never do this. Try to think outside the box. Imagine a world where you have a survival response that does not involve pain. You know? I mean, there are animals that exist that don't feel pain. You guys know that, right? Like, sponges and jellyfish do not have nervous systems. They can't feel pain. And yet they can react to things that threaten their survival. Why? Okay? You just don't need it. You don't need it in order to have survival instincts. And why do you need survival instincts in the first place if you're a perfect God? Just make a perfect little world for your perfect little humans to live their perfect little lives in. None of it makes any sense. Let's not even mention that the all-knowing aspect of it makes it even worse. God deliberately chose this in the first place. God knew all of this would happen. To the extent that he is real, God knew that everything that is happening, that ever has happened, that ever will happen, happens. Okay? He knew all of this. It's part of his perfect plan. They even say it. It's God's plan. Trust God's plan. Yeah, it's a test. Why does he need to test us? He created us.
And so the deep question
I don't test my
for me
plush dolls.
is this. Granted that there's beauty in barbed wire, is there any evidence anywhere in the universe that there is a God who could be trusted with it? And my very brief answer, Betsy, to that is this, that at the heart of Christianity, there is a cross. And whatever that tells you, if the central claim of Christianity is correct, that Jesus is God incarnate, then that's God on a cross. And I ask myself the question, what's God doing on a cross? Well, one thing it tells you is that God has not remained distant from the problem of human suffering, but has himself become part of it.
If I kidnap you, and I stick you in a basement and chain you to a radiator, and then I feed you shit, and then I chain myself next to you and also eat the shit, does that make what I did okay? Because I don't think that it did. I think that just makes me a psycho. So what you're saying is that your God is not only a torturous psycho, but what's the word? A masochist psycho as well. He's a masochist as well as a sadist. Very good. Very good. That's the element we were missing, is that he's also... Don't worry, guys. He's a masochist, you see. So that he suffered alongside us. That makes it okay that he created the concept of suffering in the first place. Good job.
If we want God to get rid of all of the evil, then he would have to get rid of all of us. Like, we do bad things. We're not always good. Therefore, technically, he would have to get rid of us. But
did God create the evil or not? God is the creator of all things, right? So he must have created the evil. So you either have to see God didn't create all things, which would make a lot more sense, by the way. I actually think that it would be much more logical if there were things outside of God's control. Just say that there are things outside of God's control, and then you have a logical narrative, okay? But they'll never admit that. They can't, because that would mean that God's not all-powerful. But he is all-powerful. That means he created evil, okay? So either God did not create evil, which means he's not all-powerful, or God did create evil because he is all-powerful and he's also a dick.
But on the flip side, also what he's talking about is God didn't just become distant. He integrated himself by sending his son Jesus to die on the cross.
He's a pervert. He's a masochist. What is it? Sadomasochist? He's a fucking sadist, masochist pervert.
Of suffering. He experienced the worst of the sufferings that anyone could experience.
The worst of the sufferings that he himself created for people to experience. So he created the circumstances, just like I created the circumstances when I kidnapped you, locked you in my basement, and locked myself also in the basement with you, and fed us both delicious piles of shit, okay? That is me creating the circumstances in which both of us suffer. You're not going to get on your knees and worship me after I chain you in my fucking basement and make you eat shit just because I chain myself right next to you and eat shit alongside you. That does not make me worthy of worship. That makes me worthy of a psych ward. Far away from you and your family.
On the cross, so that he can say, I know what you're going through. I've been there. I've experienced things that maybe you could never even experience because Jesus loves you so much. And that's what's amazing about God.
The story, I would have nowhere to go.
He loves you so much, he made you suffer and suffered alongside you.
The central evidence for the truth of Christianity is the
Don't worry, he suffered
along.
He ate the shit next to you.
And that opens up the huge possibility that ultimately justice is going to be done.
Is this not on Twitch? Fuck Twitch.
And when we're talking about ethics and morality, this, to my mind, is the most important factor in this.
Twitch is fine with having at least one sexual harasser on their site, so I'm not on Twitch anymore.
Situation that justice is going to be done. And I put it to Richard Dawkins.
I put in several reports. They did not take his channel down.
The first thing that comes into my head. And he said, well, I fight for justice in this life. I said, so do I. But Richard, you've no ultimate hope of justice. So that the vast majority of people who've ever lived never had justice in this life.
True.
And there's no future existence for them to get justice in, so they're never going to get justice. And their cry for justice from the gas chambers of Auschwitz or anywhere else is proved to be an illusion. I simply don't believe that. And I believe there's evidence that the contrary is true. There is a God who will ultimately do fair.
It's because you're a pussy. Because you can't believe that there is just simply sometimes no justice. Sometimes there is just no justice. Okay? It's not always a just and fair and cozy, comfy world that you want to live in. Okay? The one that you want to live in. It's not like that. And just because you think that there's an afterlife where people get their justice doesn't mean that it's real. That's just something that you imagined. Okay? Sometimes there's no justice. And we just have to be fine with that and live our lives the best we can.
Fairness. So I
quit
think
being a
that's
pussy.
not a
That is so good. So he's
No, it's
saying
not.
also that because Jesus
Oh, thanks.
did die
You know, I didn't quite understand what he said, so I'm glad that you're here. What's his name again? Mr. Elijah Zelke. Because I have 2 IQ points total, and I'm not entirely sure what he just said. So I'm glad that he's here, Mr. Femboy Extraordinaire over here, to explain what just happened. Or I guess not a femboy. He's more of a twink.
the cross, and then he did rise again, there is hope for justice. For all these bad things that happen in the world, for all of the terrible things that happen, there will be justice. The Hitlers of the world and all the people who were tortured to death or who just...
No sex pest on YouTube? Listen, it was a personal grudge that I had. And also, YouTube's just better anyway. I don't need Twitch.
Gone through so much pain and suffering, there will be justice.
Twitch is going down the shitter.
God. If there is no God, there won't be justice. And these people who did bad things, there's no consequences to them. But the people who did do bad things, and if there is a God, there...
You see, the people who wronged you won't suffer if there's no God. Just think about it. Don't you want the people who hurt you to go to hell forever? Don't you want them to be tortured? Hello? This is my worldview, where a perfect and all-loving God would send the people who stole your lunchbox out of the fridge at work goes to hell. Forever. Okay? Don't you want that? Isn't that something that you personally want? Because you're just as fucked in the head as I am? Hello?
There will be justice.
Good point, man.
And they will be judged for the things that they've done. And that is the hope in God.
Solution to the problem of evil.
That is the hope, that
But I
people will
believe it's
suffer.
a powerful way in
Torture,
because I've
torture.
seen it
This
change
is
lives and give
normal.
people hope.
The atheist paradox presented in this video.
Oh, this guy again.
By acknowledging the existence.
Funny, this guy actually barely talked at all, too. It was mostly... So we got this guy talking for the vast majority of it. And then these three are on the screen for like almost 10 minutes. And then this guy comes back. Do they all just do this?
Existence of evil. Atheist
This is like fucking Christian React incest here.
Implicitly recognize a moral standard by which actions or events are judged as evil. In other words, to call something evil, you must have an idea of what is good. So the fact that we can actually recognize evil when we see
Good is when people have freedom and avoid suffering. Evil is when you inflict suffering onto others by taking away their freedom or inflicting pain. I mean, that's simplified. I'm sure you could like pick that apart, but just off the top of my head, I feel like it's a pretty simple explanation. And those concepts are good because I don't personally want evil things happening to me. Okay, I like having freedom. I like not being hurt. All right? So people who would impede upon my freedom or try to hurt me without my consent, mind you, are being evil toward me.
See it points to God, because in order to be able to recognize evil, it suggests that there is a moral.
That's why I don't watch React content. Brother, you're watching my content. I understand your point, though. That's why I try not to react to people I agree with. We do have consequences. It's called bullet. We don't want them tortured. We just want them removed from the world, which is called death. Not necessarily even removed from the world. Unless you're saying, like, I don't want evil people necessarily removed from the world. I feel like that's a second best option. The first best option is rehabilitation. Like, I want evil people to be rehabilitated. But if they can't be rehabilitated, then I want them separated from society. And if they can't be kept separated from society, then you kill them. Like, that's the best you can do. Because if they can't be kept separated from society and they also can't control their evil urges, then they'll probably be, then there's nothing else to do but kill them. But that's like third best. Second best, keep them away from society. First best, rehabilitate.
Order. It suggests that there is a moral law and therefore a source for that law, a lawgiver. Now, to address this paradox, atheists might...
There's no anti-religious shit going on in here. Listen, I've gone back and forth with my community about anti-religion stuff, anti-theism. I'm not an... I don't call myself an anti-theist. Unfortunately, I'm an atheist, and I believe that there's no like infinite God force, whatever you want to call it, outside of my current world. And I came to that understanding through a very, what I feel is a very logical reflection of my views. So sometimes a little bit of anti-theism leaks out. Okay, and I'm not going to be able to avoid that. And if you don't like that, I'm sorry. That's just how it is. I think you can be religious without being a piece of shit. So if that's you, if you're religious and not a piece of shit, you're welcome here. Just don't be a piece of shit. And I'm sorry if I get anti-theist, but it just happens sometimes. You know, and it also is confused a lot with anti-apologist rhetoric.
Might adopt one of the following positions. You might hear that moral values are relative but not objective. But
I need to go back, sorry.
Law, and therefore a source for that law, a lawgiver. Now, to address this
that
paradox...
No. People who decide, the people who decide morality are us. We decide what's moral, and we do that based off of what we think is good for ourselves. Okay? I like freedom. I like not being hurt. Therefore, I think other people should have freedom, and other people should also not be hurt.
Atheists might adopt one of the following positions. You might hear that moral values are relative but not objective. But this undermines the argument from evil because it erases the concept of evil. So if there isn't really evil, then what are we even talking about? What is Stephen...
How does it erase the concept of evil? Hold on.
Are relative but not objective.
Moral values are relative but not objective.
But this undermines the argument from evil because it erases the concept of evil. So
no, it just means that evil is also... What did he say?
Values are relative.
It just means that evil is also relative, which it is. Which it is. Evil is relative. Okay? It's all relative to what humanity finds to be good and evil. Okay? In a world where nobody thinks slavery is evil, including the slaves themselves, is slavery even evil? There's no way to assess that because there's nobody around who thinks that it's bad. You know? So, like, in that sense, it's subjective.
Erases the concept of evil. So if there isn't really evil, then what are we even talking about? What is Stephen
it's a fantasy world,
even
but
mad
nonetheless.
at God for? And so on.
That's so good. And I want to speak to the person who is hurting, who has so much pain, who's gone through so much and they don't know why. And they just can't.
Dude, it's not a matter of me personally feeling pain, which I have, okay? Not like to the extent that other people have, but I've had people die on me, all right? I have to work a shitty job sometimes. My job these days isn't as shitty, which is nice. But I have troubles and trifles and whatnot. But that's not even the main point, okay? It's not about me. It's about the suffering that I see other people going through. Because when I see a kid dying of cancer, I don't think, well, you know, thank God that's not me. But like, but you have to explain that, and you can't without saying that your God is not one of these three things: all-loving, all-knowing, or all-powerful. You have to take at least one away. If you want my opinion, he's probably not any of them. Okay? If God actually does exist, he's not all-powerful because he clearly can't control evil. He's not all-loving because, what is it? All-loving, all-knowing, and all-powerful. So he's not all-loving because he created, well, hold on. I don't think he's any of the three. That's my point. I think that God is probably a little bit more like Zeus, if Zeus thought that he really was all-powerful. Just a huge piece of shit who has great control, but not control over everything. and doesn't actually know that much. Just kind of throws shit together and hope that it works out for the best.
Can't seem to get out of this hole of suffering and pain. I want to speak to you. I want you to know that there is a God who sees you. There is a God who loves you. And he
Omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. Yes.
And he longs to have a relationship with you.
Yeah, I don't know that much about
We don't
Greek mythology,
understand,
but I
we
know that
might
Zeus
not know
sucked.
why you're going through what you're going through, but he does. But God does. And I encourage you to go to him. He can give you peace through the pain. He can give you joy when you shouldn't have joy. He can...
You know who can give you peace through the pain?
We don't even know if God is a he. For all we know, God could be a thembo.
A thembo, yeah. True. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted tier 1 subsocket, Tanoki. Appreciate you very, very much. And very true. We don't know God's gender. But you know who can take away your pain, in a manner of speaking? The best person to go to who can bring joy back to your life and take away some pain is a psychiatrist or a psychologist or a mental health professional is the point. Unfortunately, thanks to dipshits like conservatives, who usually are religious, so it ties back, we can't afford that kind of care, usually. Okay? It's bullshit. It sucks. But at least... Oh, shit. Sorry. Somebody made a response video to me. I gotta go over that next. But at least psychiatrists are real. You know? At least they make themselves known to me. So even if I can't afford one, I know he's there. Listen, Blondie, I don't want anything to do with your stalker-ass sex pest god. True. Sex pest is being polite.
be with you. God promises to be a heavenly Father who will always love you, and you can always go to him, and you can always turn to him, even when it seems like there's no hope. There's hope in Jesus, so I encourage you to go to him today. Well, thank you guys so much for watching. I really hope you like this video. Please subscribe and comment down below if you haven't, and like this video to help boost the algorithm. And you might also like this video here.
Yeah, no thanks. Wait, this video here? This isn't a video. I think you're pointing the wrong direction, buddy. Okay, well, there we go. That was Elijah Zelk. Did not add a shred to that conversation himself, but he did sit there and watch stuff happen. And then, you know, try to add to it. He did his best. You know what? A+ for effort. Gold star. You did your best, buddy. In all seriousness, if you want to make this a thing, I would say just react harder, bro. Don't know what else to tell you. Just react harder. He didn't even just watch John Lennox's video. He watched another react. That's what I said. He's like actually fucking he's actually just like piggybacking off of other react people. Not even good ones for that matter. That other guy wasn't like very good either. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and then I really ooh. Oh, it's 30 minutes.
Disgusting. How disgusting.
Oh, it's 30 minutes. Oh, that's pretty long. Oh, can I do it? Can I do it in 30 minutes? I don't know. 1.5 times speed. We'll try to get through it in a very short amount of time. But if we're going to do that, I got to go right now. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I think we can do this, but we got to get going right now, and we got to go on at least 1.25 speed. Oh, not 140p. Playback speed 1.25.
Disgusting. How dis-
Shh, quiet me. Okay, so you guys maybe remember a video called, what did I call it? I forget. Dubsy, put it up on the screen. I don't have time to go back and look for it because we're in a hurry. But it was by a guy named Remnant777, where he basically went over the scientific basis of what homosexuality is. And I was a little bit drunk that night and decided, hey, this will be fun to go over and pick apart. So I did. And I offered Remnant777 to come onto my stream and have a little bit of a conversation about what was going through his mind when he made that video. Because I feel like, and I stand by this, he was very obsessed with homosexuality and gay people. It was bizarre to me. Like, he really did his homework, okay? So I want to go over his response video that he just made. That's me right there. And I am wearing a MAGA hat. I had some comments about it. I promise you I'm not MAGA. It was just a joke because that was the day that Trump got Rule 34'd. So anyway, we're going to get started because I have a thing soon.
Disgusting. How disgusting. What freedom. Get out of my country. Get out of my country. Are you in the United States? Because if you are, get out. You hate freedom.
True.
You despise
this guy's
freedom,
cooking.
my friend. You. Let's say you're not transphobic. You still hate freedom. Oh, dumb it. You dip. How does he actually... Okay, is he actually homophobic? The person
He got all the good shit in there. Nice.
who linked this to me said,
Just the other day, I got flat out insulted, attacked, and worst of all,
Oh
slandered by
no! I'm so sorry. Listen, I'm sorry, man. You know what? I'm so sorry. Is that good? Good apology? Okay.
Alec Gunter, who according to himself is just another leftist variety content creator. Now I really don't mind insults. You won't last long on YouTube if you take them
it's Discount Armored Skeptic.
hard. However, I will not abide by slander and horrific mischaracterization of me or my videos, especially on the levels that were done in this video about me. And for the sake of not stooping to his level, I will do my best to not personally attack him, but instead call out his behavior and his actions.
I'll personally attack you, man. Listen, you had your chance, all right? If you had come on like a man and actually talked to me, I would not have been I would not be personally attacking you right now. But instead, you had to pussy out of it and go make a response video. Sorry, you've lost my respect, friend.
Horrific mischaracterizations made against me.
Dude, why do you want to know so bad? You know, like, what am I to do with this information? Like, are we solving cancer? Like, are we, like, keeping kids from getting cleft palate or something? Like, what's really the end game here? Oh, it's to keep people from being gay. You know, like, it doesn't make any sense except they just hate gay people. That's it. That's all it is. They don't like gay people or trans people because...
True!
It is actually insane to me that the first thing that would come to your mind is that the video in itself, or my own personal goal of the video, is to biologically prevent gay people from being born. And he also really tries to leave people walking away with the impression that I'm only interested in these things.
Wait. I never said biologically prevent gay people from being born. I never said that. Even though I do think if you could do that, you probably would. What you said was, specifically if I remember, people who want to convert from being gay should be allowed to do it. But like I said in the video, when I compared it to just having a preference for pizza, that would be like wanting to convert, not even just like, that would be like wanting to convert your desire for pizza into like a desire for hamburgers. Which the only reason you would do that is if like if there's like some outside force that would make it more convenient for you to like hamburgers over pizza. Now, what's the outside force that makes it more convenient to be straight than gay? It's homophobia. So the only reason you would want to convert is because of homophobia, man. All right? I'm sorry, it's bad faith.
It's because of how much I hate gay people and I want to remove them. What the hell? And he constantly mentions how I do tons of research. Now,
and I'm not drunk this time, but I'm working on it.
It's something he builds up throughout the video. He says it himself multiple times. But the horrible thing is he tries to take this positive quality that I'm trying to be informed for the sake of my viewers. If I'm going to make a video on a subject, I really need to research these things to the best of my ability to minimize errors I make. And
what causes homophobia? A variety of genetic and environmental factors. It'd be like asking what causes people to like pizza. You know, it's like, okay, like what causes people to like junk food? You know, like it's an interesting question, I guess. And it can help us in some ways, but the fixation on it only exists because of homophobia.
tries to frame it
Like
as
the fixation on the question of like what causes homosexuality.
obsession. He puts it even in the title. This guy is obsessed with gay people.
Yeah, and
that
most
it stems
ex-gays-
from my pure
True.
evil hatred for
Most
gay
ex-gays
people.
are
Holy
still gay,
shit,
yeah.
this is actually something really serious. He is really just flat out making up lies based on nothing. Take a look at this video footage.
I didn't
Why
do
do you
that.
Who cares? Dude, why do you want to know so bad? What, are you going to date him? Why do you know this? My man has studied the gay inside and out. He's a lie, like an...
Damn, look at me cook, man. That was one of my favorite videos in a while. I'm glad that he pulled out these clips.
O'Hara library of like information on what it means to be gay and where it comes from. Oh my God, this guy's such a nerd. My man knows entirely too much about homosexuality in the animal kingdom, man. But at the same time, it's like, why do you care? Why do you
I'm
care?
blushing,
Where are we
man.
going
This
with
is great.
What are we to draw from this? Why did you like spend hours upon hours, apparently, digging around for this info? What are you doing with it? The only reason we're asking this question specifically about being gay is because some of us hate gay people. Not me, but some of us do, okay? That's the only reason you ask it about being gay. You're breaking it down to such an extent that it's unhealthy. Like, nobody should care.
I know, he's playing such, he's playing like boss music over it. Like my health bar's about to show up and I'm gonna go into my second phase.
This much. Okay, nobody.
This is
the only
phase
reason you
2,
care is
baby!
You don't like gay people, or you want to like cure gay people, or something.
Let's
Big
go.
UPS on getting some heat.
Thank you very much, Roman Omen. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the $5. Very much.
Really weird.
This is extremely manipulative and lazy because at the end of the day, I don't
Okay, it was
believe he really
lazy.
knows much about these
I will give him one thing. My React content is lazy as fuck, okay? Anybody could do what I do.
subjects. The reason why I say lazy is because I don't
They
believe
just don't.
he has rebuttals against the things I say. He seems to be impressed by basic knowledge on these matters. I mean, anybody who actually takes the subject matter seriously should at least understand this viewpoint, even if they don't agree with it. But from what I can see, this is probably his first time being exposed to this information. And because he has no rebuttals against
What?
it, it's easy to take that strength being, I actually know what I'm talking about, and try and turn it into a vice, into something.
Bros RN, opposite of lazy. Listen, I would not be an RN if like my mom had not pushed me pretty hard into it. Like I'm pretty lazy by nature.
Evil. I'm no longer informed. I'm obsessed and I hate gay people and I'm evil. That is
I'll
what
be
he's
honest.
trying to do here. And it's horrible. It's absolutely disgusting. It's vile. Now,
Oh,
Alec, if
no.
you're watching this, if you're streaming this right now,
I
please
am!
do not interrupt or speak over this segment, what I'm about to say, for just like a minute.
Okay, I
It is
won't.
important.
Promise.
You cannot
Promise,
get
bro.
sidetracked. There are multiple times in the
Promise.
video you posted that you flat out just lost track of what I was trying to
Wait, I noticed that he changed his text. Remember the abhorrent text that he had? He changed it. Good job, bud.
say.
Looks
Hold
much
on,
better.
Let me replay that. Hold on. What did he say? I'm sorry. I'm missing a lot of this. Hold on. What did you just
More
say?
music.
So for this minute,
I'm going back because dude, this is literally live. What? I'm sorry that I don't pre-record my shit. I wanted to hear what you had to say. Okay. I have ADHD. So whenever, and this is not an excuse, this is an explanation. Whenever I don't hear something that somebody said, I say, "Excuse me, I missed what you said. Can you go back and explain it again?" And I don't do that because I hate you. I don't do that because I'm purposefully not paying attention. I'm doing that because I care about what you have to say. Okay, so this is a bullshit complaint, my friend, and also ableist.
just try, pay attention, don't get sidetracked, and don't distract your audience. Please.
See?
I
Ableist.
absolutely do not
I'm
hate gay
ADHD.
people,
Fuck
or trans
you.
people, or furries at all. I don't hate them, otherwise I couldn't be nice to them, I couldn't be friends with them, I couldn't-
That's not true at all. You can have hatred toward people and still be nice to them. Okay, you can. I was nice to Matt Walsh, even though I hate the shit out of that guy. All right? I was nice to him for all of 2 seconds before I splattered his ass all over the floor. Rhetorically. So you can be nice to people that you hate. This is such a baseline level of understanding of what entails hatred. Did you already pause him? Tone policing? Yeah, true. I'm pausing him a lot. I'll have to I'll have to remember what he said and not add my commentary or something, I guess.
be supportive and try and help them. However, I am a Christian, which means I don't condone their lifestyles.
Then fuck you. Your religion sucks, man. Your religion is bullshit, my friend, and you hate freedom, and I stand by that.
But I don't hate them for
Your
it.
religion
I'm not
hates
trying
freedom.
to control them. I'm not trying to force them into a specific lifestyle. Not at all. And the videos were not designed
It's specifically his brand of Christianity, okay? You can be a Christian and not hate gay people.
to be that way at all. And if anything, when it comes to learning about different groups, peoples, just nations in general, it allows me to garnish sympathy and empathy for them, regardless
Garnish?
of what we're talking about.
Garnish, like the little green stuff you put You put on your Olive Garden? Is that what you just said? Garnish? Making sure.
Though it does not mean, again, I support their lifestyles or their choices. In general, I try not to control people's lives. I find
telling
it
you, he
personally
fixed
very
his text 'cause
distasteful
of
if
me.
you have a person in just any domain of life. They're trying to control you, tell you what to do. I'm not in favor of that. And if you actually care about the people in general, you're not going to do that to them either. If you actually care about the person, you establish a relationship, you actually listen to them, you
Wait, did he accuse me of skipping through the video? I'm autistic, and I've been told by my assisting teacher how classmates are waiting for me to ask the teacher to repeat again. Yeah, like, if you're not sure, just ask somebody to repeat themselves or rewind the video. It's not a big deal.
want what is best for them, and you hear them out. And if they bring up this topic or they ask for my opinion, then I will tell them what I think. And I do so politely. And at the end of the day, I will do my
I'll politely tell you that I don't like gay people. Nice.
best to help you.
And you can say you don't, you can say, oh, it's not that I don't like them. It's just that I feel like they're sinning and deserve to go to hell. Right? Oh, that's much better, my friend. Very good.
Do what is best, in my opinion, in any way I can. And again, I don't force it upon anyone. Just in general. I mean, go back and watch a couple of my videos, especially the one
I just
made
think God
a while
wouldn't
ago
force it
about
upon you.
intellectuals. That whole video summed up is, intellectuals don't practice what they preach. And if you actually want to help people, persuade them, change their minds, it should be reflected in your lifestyle, rather than simply...
Is Destiny considered an intellectual? I don't even think he'd consider himself an intellectual. But the fact that this guy thinks that he is, you know, it says a lot. I mean, he's using it pejoratively, so I don't know. Interesting that he doesn't like Jordan Peterson, though. I can get on board with that.
Simply your words. And at the end of the day, when you lead a good lifestyle, and people can actually see that things are changing in your life because of your actions, what you're doing, they naturally come up to you for your opinion, for your help. So no, of course not. I don't
like
hate
what happened
these
to
people,
me.
and I'm not trying to force anything down them. That's why I said in the video that when it comes to things like even conversion therapy, no, of course not. I'm not in favor of forcing anyone to do it. And yeah, this leads into another horrific...
Yeah, you're just in favor of it existing. Why do you want it to exist? Okay? The only reason people don't want to be gay anymore is because of people like you, man. Because you tell them that they're sinning and going to hell for it. All right? Like I said with the pizza analogy, which ended up being better than I even thought of at first, okay? The only reason that you would not want to prefer pizza over hamburgers is if there were outside factors. Like, all things being equal, nobody would give a shit whether you prefer pizza or hamburgers. Because, like, assuming they're, like, all available in equal quantities at equal prices, whatever. But the minute that hamburgers decrease in price, I'm going to want to prefer hamburgers. The minute that hamburgers are cleaner, right, than pizza, or, you know, healthier than pizza, right, I'm going to want to prefer hamburgers, even if I prefer pizza. But all things being equal, it doesn't matter which one you prefer. And there would be no reason beyond those outside factors to want to switch that. So the same thing goes for being gay versus being straight. The only reason you would want to switch that is outside factors, like you want your own biological children, which we fixed. Or you want to be, you know, you want to be able to get married, which we fixed. Or there are Christian people in your family who don't think that it's okay for you to be gay, which you can fix.
mischaracterization made by him.
Okay, why do you give a Who cares? Why? Why would
He's
you do
spitting,
this?
man.
Okay, like
This
if
guy's
somebody wants
spitting.
to do it, sure, for whatever reason, fine. But like, why force people into this? You still have not answered that question. Get out of my country. Get out of my country. Are you in the United States? Because if you are, get out. You hate freedom.
I
You
cooked so hard,
despise
man.
freedom, my friend.
He had to play
Of
it
course,
twice.
this
It
is
was
the
so
same guy
nice.
who stomped on the American flag saying that
Oh no, this is such an old video. This is freedom of speech, brother.
he stepped on a true American
really did
freedom
his
right
research.
There. But don't worry, I'm sure one of us is going to leave very soon.
That was a pretty
given the
funny one.
election. And it most likely isn't going to be me, my friend.
I would say update your passports. You know, the same things that other leftists
Damn, I just uploaded this one. He just finished this video.
have been saying for a while now.
But going back to what he said, this one is
What did that have to do with the video? I don't get it. He just sprinkled that in to make sure that people really hated me.
particularly annoying to me because I said it flat out in the video. Let's look at the video real quick. Now, don't take this out of context.
Hello,
I'm not
Dermot.
saying we should force anyone to do this.
You've been here a minute.
I'm not in favor of forcing people to live out certain lifestyles.
Most of his thumbnails look AI generated. I don't know whether or not he uses AI generated imagery, and I'm not going to accuse him of that. At least not yet. I guess this one could be. Here, let me... We don't have a whole lot of time, but let me do this real quick. They could be. Like he just made this one. I guess it's possible. Wait, I think that he put me. Yeah, because I'm wearing the dad hat. Look, that's supposed to be me wearing the dad hat. So, and the headphones. So he did take a picture of me, plop it into an AI generator and said, "Hey, make this for me." I think you're right. He literally took a picture of me, put it in the AI generator and said, "Hey, change the, just copy my homework, but not too much." Copy Alec Gunter's homework, but not too much. All right, change it just enough. That's funny.
I think that people
Good job,
can
man.
change, yeah, but I'm not in favor of forcing people to change, and that's why I said it. If you just believed the things I said about myself, what I support and what I don't support, you would know that what you said is blatantly wrong. I can't tell if you just think I'm a horrible, evil, manipulative liar that is out just...
Layer? I don't think you're a layer. I don't know if you're a liar. I think you probably believe the bullshit that you spew, though. Manipulative... I don't think you're smart enough to be manipulative.
To deceive everybody like Satan himself, or if you just don't pay attention. I personally don't think that you're a horrible person and you're trying to mislead your entire audience against me. The more likely of the two, which happened over and over in the video, is...
I don't think that you think you're a horrible person, but I think that your beliefs make you horrible by default. Because you said it yourself. You don't agree with the lifestyle, quote-unquote, of gay people, okay? And I'm sorry, but their lifestyle doesn't concern you. Once you start concerning yourself with other people's quote-unquote lifestyles, and whether or not you agree with them, or whether or not it's sending them to hell or whatever, yeah, you kind of suck. You kind of suck, man. That's called kind of sucking. Girl wants you bad. No. I doubt that.
I think you just weren't paying attention to the things I was saying. Now, don't take this
His
out of
taste
context.
isn't good
I'm not
enough.
saying
But like, what positive effects? That's another... Yeah, trust us on that.
we should force anyone to do this. But for those... I think everybody can learn from this.
Oh, God forbid I cut him off.
That being you...
Ever.
have 2 ears and 1 mouth. This means you should listen more and most definitely insult much less.
Never heard
now
that
we're going to
one.
get to the part of the video where I address his objections, and the 2 notable ones throughout the entire video. I know it's kind of sad. Throughout this 42-minute long video, he only said 2 notable things.
42, dude, that's nothing. I've uploaded like 2-hour videos. And this is 32 minutes long. What are you talking about? Why is this 10 minutes less? Why is that a bad thing anyway?
Everything else was literally just insults and slander against me. But hey, I'm willing to admit when
It
I
was
make
funny.
obvious hiccups. The study I mentioned at the end of the video,
I had
it
a
was
fun time
biased
with
and
that
it was
one.
untrustworthy. Though at the end of the day, I don't think
I'm
it's
having fun
that
with
big of
this
a
one,
deal
too.
if you
It's very
actually paid
fun.
attention to the things I said in the video. Again, I'm not in favor of forcing anyone to do
You have
this.
to
And
zoom
if you
in on
look at a
that.
lot of the studies talking about conversion therapy, even the one that Alec brought up in the video, conversion therapy or just therapy in general, it's not going to work if you force people to do it. Look at the study he brought up. It was a survey done of trans
Yeah, and guess what is usually done with conversion therapy? People are forced into it.
kids, ages 11 to 14, and it showed how harmful it was. It was actually really harmful. But the
Yes.
problem is, what 11 to 14-year-old kids are going to say, hey mom, hey dad, let's go to conversion therapy? If you
The ones that are told they're going to hell if they're gay. Those ones. Yeah. The ones that would like commit suicide as an alternative to being gay. Because they'd rather be dead than live a life as a gay person because of people like you. Those are the kinds of kids that would go to conversion therapy voluntarily.
You also ask me, it seems like there's a lot of problems in their family in general, so much that their kids ran away and increased the risk of certain behaviors. Though many interpretations of this data can
Yeah.
be made on why kids 11 to 14, who also just so happen to be trans, would be so high when it comes to these certain behaviors. I think there's a lot to be said, but not things I can say on YouTube.
Hold on.
However, though, as stated previously,
I'm committing a cardinal sin here in his eyes. I have to go back. One sec. Sorry that I missed what you said just now because of my ADHD, and I'm trying to understand what you're saying, and so I'm going to rewind. I know that you don't like that, but allow me this once to just this once to do that so that I can understand what
it's
you
like
just
there's
said.
a lot of
'Cause I
problems in their
missed it.
family in general.
Not your
so
fault,
Much that their
I just
kids
missed it.
ran away and increased the risk of certain behaviors. Though many interpretations of this data can be made on why kids 11 to 14, who also just so happen to be trans, would be so high when it comes.
The main interpretation that people come to with these thank you so much. The main interpretation that people have of these results is that the suicidality goes up as a result of bullying and violence against them. Okay? I feel like that makes a lot of sense. Kids who are bullied are more likely to off themselves. That's just a natural consequence of bullying children.
And here's some hot.
Thank you very much.
Comes to these certain behaviors.
And I should add, gay and trans people are bullied way more often, both by their immediate family and by their peers.
I think there's a lot to be said, but not things I can say on YouTube. However, though as stated previously, the study wouldn't go against the things I said because it's forced. Real quick, let's pause for a second. Let's just look at therapy and if you know anything about therapy. When it comes to therapy, you can't really help people or change people that don't want to be changed. And in fact, it only increases the likelihood of harm or negative effects. Why do you think I said I'm not in favor of forcing people to do these things? I'm not in favor of anyone being forced to go.
Yeah, you're in favor of them going to hell, right? Let's be real. You want them to go to hell. And if you don't want them to go to hell, you at least believe that they do, that God sends them there, and you love God. Okay? So by default, you want them to go to hell. It always waters back to that, okay? Always.
Go to any sort of therapy at all. I hope Alec at least hears me this time instead of just over-talking my
I'm
points,
hearing you.
or just ignoring the things I say.
I see you, I hear you.
He just made up the fact that like the fake fact that like gay people want to convert to being straight. That's not a thing.
I never
It's
quote-unquote
not.
said
I just
gay
explained
people want
why.
to change. Why do you think if we forced all gay people, for example, to go to conversion therapy, the amount of people that would actually change would be incredibly low? Why? Well,
It would be zero. By all measures, it would be zero.
you said it yourself. They generally don't want to change. I never said that gay people want to change. But there are obviously people, I've met these people, I've talked to these people, that would like to change. And it's not because they're family or the people
Bring one on. I'd love to speak to them. You're in my DMs. Bring one on.
around them are pressuring them into it. They don't believe that it's pleasing to God, so they want to change it. Just like there are other desires pretty much everybody has that are not healthy. Like I'm a guy who wants to have sex with a lot of women. Does that make it good? Absolutely
You want
not.
to.
It doesn't mean that I should.
How's that working
or
out?
I want to entertain that lifestyle. The purpose of the video wasn't to say, hey, look at you, you freak. Here's why you are the way you are, and here's why you should change. No, this is just another blatant mischaracterization of my words or what I meant. And it's really annoying because with this one, you could have just paid more attention and you would have seen.
But what brought you to this video in the first place? That's my question that you have not answered as of yet. What made you make this video? Because as far as I can tell, what made you make this video is that for some reason you think that gay people should change. Okay? And that's probably driven by your religion, which you said means that you don't agree with their lifestyle. Okay? So there's a disconnect here somewhere, man. There's a lot of cognitive dissonance.
Not what you were saying was blatantly false. And
Well, I don't like gay. I mean, I like gay people, but I don't agree with their lifestyle. But I don't hate them, bro. I swear, bro. Okay.
another thing that's
So wait, what is he? Oh wait, is he doing the?
It's
on.
really annoying because with this one, you could have just paid more attention and you would have seen that.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to this. He's doing the what is it called? The physiognomy. I don't think that I look anything like this guy. Even if I shaved, I think this guy actually has a more square jaw than I do.
You're saying was blatantly false. And another thing that's worth diving into is that he called well agreed upon science that hardly nobody disputes as pseudoscience.
Hardly
he
nobody.
Obviously isn't well read up on these things.
If you want, okay, so if you're like a first time
Mewing? Wait, what's mewing? I think I've heard of that before, but I don't know what it is.
like, I'm just curious, Andy, right? How much testosterone a fetus has? Okay, that's fine. I mean, that's reasonable to me, right? I just want to know for science's sake. Who knows? Maybe all fetuses have like 10,000 testosterone prenatal, right?
That. What? It's a hypothetical, dude. Like, if you don't measure it, you'll never know. So yeah, I stand by that. If you never measure a prenatal fetus, like if you never measure testosterone prenatally, then you'll never know what it is. So yeah, maybe it could be 10,000. You wouldn't know because you've never measured it. It's supposed to strengthen your jaw and jawline, but it doesn't really work. Oh, that. Okay, it's like chewing shit, right? Like, no, that's really bad for your jaw. Please don't do that. Oh man, he got the anime
This has
reacts.
to be
He
the
got me.
funniest clip in the entire video. When you really understand the science behind it, I cannot stop laughing whenever I see
Okay.
this. He says 10,000 testosterone. He's obviously
Over
throwing around
9,000.
numbers he has no understanding of. To give you an idea.
What? No. When I got my testosterone checked, I was at... Wait, this is a hypothetical, man. What are you're zeroing in on this of all things? When I got my testosterone checked the first time around, I was at 299. Okay? That's 1 point lower than the average. I understand that. It's 300 to 1,000 is about the average. Just about. Okay? I am now, at least as of like a year ago when I got tested last, well over 1,000 thanks to testosterone injection therapy. All right? I stopped doing the therapy a while ago, like 2 years ago. A year ago, I got measured. I'm over 1,000. It got my balls going again or something. I don't know. But for some reason, I'm over 1,000 now. So I have probably higher testosterone than you if I had to guess. Just throwing that out there. But I understand the numbers and how ridiculous that number was. You don't understand that I understood that. Okay? So stupid.
Women have maybe around
hyperbole.
50
Thank you. That's the word I was looking
maybe
for.
70. I, as a guy, I have 688 last
Oh, he
time I
does
got
know.
tested. But 10,000
See, it is higher.
testosterone.
Mine's
That's
higher.
a fucking bodybuilder right there. 10,000 testosterone is literally a competitive body.
It's literally hyperbole. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so funny. Man doesn't know what a hyperbole is.
Bodybuilder on high amounts of steroids. Also, babies don't even.
Huh? This dipshit I'm watching. I watched his first video about like why, you know, the scientific reasoning behind why people are gay. And he used that as like a springboard into like why conversion therapy should be an option for people who want to convert or whatever. And I basically was just like, the only reason you'd even be asking this question is if you want people to go to conversion therapy for some reason, which he's admitted, like he's a Christian and he thinks that like, you know, being gay is a bad lifestyle choice or whatever. Sorry, I'm talking to Katie. You know, he's admitted that. And I called him out on it and he made a response video. And because I said like, okay, let's measure the testosterone in fetuses. Maybe it's 10,000, right? And that's a hyperbole because obviously it's not fucking 10,000. But then he's like, 10,000? That's ridiculous, man. So that's what we're doing now.
Even use deciliters. They use milliliters. A baby at 10,000 fucking testosterone is going to explode inside of the womb. What types of babies is he looking at? I can't get my mind off this. This is no longer
Neither
an
can I
attack,
now.
Someone trying to destroy my character. It's just comedy at this point. Not only does he not understand how gay people work, he just doesn't understand how anything works.
Unlike you, the gay people understand her.
Why do you know this? My man has studied the gay inside and out.
Later in the
He is
Dude, I don't fucking care why gay people work. Just let him be gay. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm a little bit gay. Try being a little bit gay sometimes. Maybe you like it. You don't know until you try it. I'm just saying.
Many studies
You ever tried dick? How do you know you don't like it?
Exposure in the womb, from what
Really?
I've seen. The issue we have.
Holy shit. My dude has done his research. Holy shit. How does he actually... Okay, is he actually homophobic?
Yeah.
God, this guy's such a nerd.
From my personal research.
Okay. Granted, that's pretty interesting. If true. Big if true.
What do you mean, if true? Do you know if it's true or not? Is this your first time hearing these things? You're critiquing me.
Yeah. Yeah, because I haven't looked into this like you have. You're a nerd, dude. I stand by that.
On my video, the things I say, despite not knowing anything about these things. I guess when you debate these things, you don't really actually have to understand them.
Oh shit! That's the debate! How did he find it? Wait. Wait. Hold on. That's the guy who looks like Neocortex. I've talked about him before. What's his name? If anybody knows his name, I'm putting out a bounty of $0. That's the Neocortex looking guy. I talk about my debate with him in Papa Fascist and how I flubbed it. That's so funny.
But if you're going to dispute the things I say when it comes to the science...
He had to have watched so many of my videos.
I don't mind that, but you better at least know what you're talking about. And it seems that you have a following that really agrees with the things you say. So
Wings of Redemption? Okay, cool. So Wings of Redemption is the guy who looks like neocortex. Thank you.
If you're going to say that certain things are not true, or if they're pseudoscience, then at least know what you're talking about, rather than simply briefly
The bad guy in
mentioning
Crash
epigenetics.
Bandicoot, for those who
The
don't know.
environment in which you grow.
Sorry, I wasn't
But if you're
listening.
going to dispute
I'm
the things
committing
like-
the sin again. I have to go back because I wasn't listening.
Say when it comes to the science, when it comes to what we know, I don't mind that, but you better at least know what you're talking about. And it seems that you have a following that really agrees with the things you say. So this is
True.
pretty damaging if you're going to say that certain things.
Actually, my following had a big problem when I put out my take on putting your cart back at the grocery store, because I was very fervent that you should put your cart back. And people were like, well, actually, there are situations where you can put your cart back. And I'm like, those are very few and far between as compared to how many carts are actually out of the grocery store, okay? So I've had internal and also I've been talking a lot about the internal conflict in my community as far as the anti-theism goes. Also, I just want to point out, please get rid of these white pixels, man. I know I talked about this last time, but you've got to work on it a little bit more. Get rid of the white pixels. It's ugly.
Things are not true, or if they're pseudoscience, then at least know what you're talking about, rather than simply briefly mentioning epigenetics.
The environment in which you grow up and spend your time has an enormous
RN,
impact
man.
on how you act and what you.
I know a
and
little
even
bit
what you
about
look like,
genetics.
really, and how your body functions. Like it has an impact on all of that. It's called epigenetics. There's an entire field of study around it. Epigenetics. It's beautiful. Okay, I find it incredibly interesting personally. But like these dumb just think that like you're just like born with certain juices in your body, and then that's it.
1 minute later. Is homosexuality entirely biological?
That's fair. I think that this is his first fair point, I think. I did flub that a little bit. That's fine.
I would argue it is not. Our biology plays a large role, but it is not the only thing.
Hold on, what did he say?
He briefly mentions epigenetics and then acts as if he achieved anything or really knows anything about homosexuality. If you did, you would have mentioned it in the video, and you would have gone into more detail. And thirdly, I looked into this briefly myself, and guess what I found? I didn't really find much of anything. The problem is, when you look into epigenetics relating to homosexuality, not a lot of information covers it, and the majority of articles, for example, that talk about the link between
But why are you looking in the first place? Can't you just be like, okay, some people are gay, that's fine. Like just some people are gay, and that's fine. Like there's no reason. There's no reason, man. Like this is my problem. The only reason you would study this shit to the extent that you do is if for some reason you don't like gay people, which you've already admitted there's a reason that you don't like gay people. Okay? Because of your stupid God. That's why.
homosexuality.
Tell your
and
God to suck my
epigenetics says
dick.
Epigenetics is a new way of looking at these things, and it might explain why people are gay one day. That's generally how the articles go. And what's funny is when you actually find an article that talks about the link between epigenetics and homosexuality, what we know, it just circles back around to prenatal testosterone exposure in the womb. It talks about how hormones can be an environmental factor inside of the womb that can affect your genes and causes you to become gay. Gee whiz, where did we learn that from? Oh wait, we did in my video already. We achieved nothing by this. You disputed the things I said with epigenetics, despite not knowing anything about epigenetics and its link to homosexuality. Maybe you know something about epigenetics, but you certainly don't know anything about it concerning homosexuality. That much is
I just don't give a shit, man. I don't care. Like, yeah, I'm more interested in like how it affects depression in people, okay, or anxiety, or how it can affect certain features of how you look, like things that might be off-putting to some people, like you know, abnormalities that might cause one to have like body concerns. You know what I mean? I'm concerned with it in as far as we can help people with it. But there's no helping homosexuality. There's no helping it. It just is. And it's okay that it just is. It's like being right-handed versus left-handed. Another thing which the Christians hated, by the way, just so you know. But so for some reason they're fine with it now.
So you shouldn't be disputing me with the very material that supports what I'm saying.
Yeah, competitive hater of the gays.
Understood the things you were talking about.
My man's in the gay-hating Olympics. When you're in a gay-hating competition and your opponent is Remnant 777.
Had an argument to be made against me, you wouldn't be calling me a nerd or acting shocked with any of the information I say in the video. Because if you watched literally any other YouTube video on the matter when it comes to homosexuality, commonly made by people who are gay themselves, they say pretty much the exact
They're still wrong.
Same things as I do. And when it comes
being gay doesn't make you right about these things. Not intrinsically.
To the science, if you're afraid of it being some sort of Christian propaganda, just know that these sources, whether that be videos, whether that be articles, all the rest, it's generally left-wing because people who are on the left are the only people who really look into these things or try to understand.
The brains of gay people represent the brains of straight people of the opposite sex in some capacities due to the fact that being gay is treated as being more feminine. You're treated as more feminine from an outside perspective. Okay? Because liking men is treated as a feminine thing. Okay? So when you're treated as more feminine, you are more likely to be more feminine. Okay? That's epigenetics, that's environmental influence, whatever you want to call it. All right? That's how that works. Any respected queer academic would disagree with everything this guy says. I know, right? Like, he thinks he's the bee's knees. He thinks he's got the Giga Chad, or it's not the Giga Chad, the Giga Brain. Let's pretend it's a choice. Why would it be bad to make that choice? Yeah, I agree.
I also find that to be a problem with my own
Good point.
side.
Good question.
I'm right-wing, so I think it's kind of important.
But to be fair, he's not saying it's a choice. I don't think he said that. So let's be fair here, because he's, a little touchy. Right, so let's be fair. He's never said that being gay is a choice. He just said he doesn't agree with the lifestyle, right? So, like, I guess the problem that I have with his rhetoric is not that he thinks it's a choice. It's that he, thinks that you can, like, fix it, quote unquote.
People in general, especially on my own side, to understand, hey, why are people gay? Wait a minute, is that gay person obsessed with homosexuality? Does he hate gay people?
He very well might. He might have internalized homosexuality. That's a concept.
What the hell is wrong with him? What a fucking nerd.
I agree.
They're all...
Here, who is that guy? Who is he? Professor Pride?
Does he hate gay people? What the hell is wrong with him?
I doubt that Professor Pride hates gay people. But he is gay himself, and so he has a lot of reasons to, like... Which, by the way, explaining the scientific way that you become gay does not, like, justify or... Like, it has no bearing on, like, why you should or should not be gay. The question is moral. If you think it's immoral to be gay, then that's why you would have a problem with it. But it's not immoral because being gay just implies that you're having sex with or being in a relationship with somebody of the same sex as you. There's nothing wrong with that. So even if he is scientifically explaining this, I still don't care. He probably is obsessed with it. Yeah, probably. If he's explaining this, like, scientifically, yeah. But I would argue also the place that he's coming from is trying to get other people to accept him for being gay. And in that sense, I can support that goal. Where you're coming from is to stop people from being gay. And you can pretend all you want, man, but you're the one who brought up conversion therapy. All right? And leaving it open as a choice for people to go to for some reason. The same way that somebody might go to pizza deconversion therapy, right? Sure.
What a fucking nerd. They're all leftists, too. I can't believe there's all these gay leftist people who are so extremely homophobic for asking the gay question. Why gay people exist? What the hell? What about this guy who...
Yeah, because they themselves are gay and trans and, like, or they're defending gay and trans people. I think that they're doing it the incorrect way. But... some people only listen to science. So if you can explain to somebody scientifically that being gay is, like, natural or fine or what have you, then maybe that'll, like, stop them from doing the hateful shit that they're doing.
Who made a video on why people are gay. I don't know, he doesn't say he's gay, but he's got a really weird mustache. He's gotta be gay. I tell you.
By the way, I never said that this guy was gay. I just said that he's obsessed with it.
This is a real problem with our society today. With all this internalized homophobia. All these people who are gay, making videos on why people are homosexuals. Internalized homophobia is at an all-time high. Absolutely nuts to me.
But the reason that they're answering the question... I already explained
I can't comprehend why anybody would want to know these things. I mean, if I was gay, I certainly wouldn't give a shit on why I was gay. I would just be loud and proud. There's also one last thing I'd like to mention. There might be some people watching this video and just think, oh, this is Christian propaganda because I'm a Christian.
True.
But I'd like to say no. And I don't really bring religion into my videos hardly at all. I think I've mentioned it in like 2 videos in total.
You just did!
And generally, at the end of the day, I'm a
Okay. If you truly believe that your religion... the God Almighty that you think is creator of heaven and earth, of all things seen and unseen, okay? Who created you, who has control over your life, who quote-unquote loves you, right? That you think that loves you, and can send you to hell at a moment's notice. If you believe all of that, and you also believe that God is against people being gay, that is going to influence your content. That is absolutely going to influence your content. You cannot pretend that it won't. If you make content about gay people, that is, which you did. Okay, let's not forget who started this shit show.
like anybody else. I don't deny that. But the way I try to mitigate it is at the beginning of the videos, I cover as much information I found as possible. I just try to report on it the best I can. And then at the end of the video, I give my opinion, my conclusion that I've come to. But I say, hey, this is my opinion. Feel free to agree or disagree. I don't mind. And also do...
Your opinion's wrong, man. I was just talking to Katie about this earlier. This idea that, like, your opinion can't be wrong or opinions can't be wrong is such toxic bullshit that you were taught in, like, 2nd grade English class when you learned about the difference between facts and opinions. Shut the fuck up. Your opinion's wrong. Fuck you.
Do your homework. Research these things yourself. I constantly say that. One of the things I hope to facilitate.
I did my homework. Gay people aren't hurting anybody.
Get them interested in these things.
Imagine
to
that.
Research these things and to learn. And they're not going to learn if they just stop with my video. Certainly that's not the case. But here's the thing. He actually reached out to me on Discord. So when I read that he wanted to talk to me on his live stream and clear things up, and I thought,
hey, you're releasing DMs. Hey, you're leaking DMs, man. That's not cool. Not cool. Leaking DMs. I shouldn't have trusted that guy. That's fine. There's nothing revealing in here.
Well, there's no harm from that. Though after I agreed, I reread over the things and I found it kind of odd. I have some questions I'd love to ask you. I don't want to feel like your videos are being misrepresented or misconstrued by me. There are a couple of things that really rub me the wrong way. One being you obviously misrepresented me. There's no possible way anybody just watching the video would walk away the impression that I hate
didn't
gay
misrepresent
people and
you.
I want to prevent them from existing. You obviously misrepresented me there.
Everything in this video proves that everything I said in the first video is 100% correct.
There's nothing you could latch onto unless you made things up. There's nothing you could actually look at. And secondly, he's like, I have some questions I'd love to ask you. It's like, okay, wait, is this going to be that I go on his stream? Because I've seen this happen. I love debates personally. I'm a very opinionated person. I love listening to debates. But I've seen that there are streamers who are bigger. They have a person on, whether that be a guest, whether that be an individual YouTuber, or whether that be just a viewer. People like, for example, Hunter Avalon, they really like to throw their weight around, especially when they are the person who's live, because they can do that. And he...
Sorry, I need to grab a napkin. I'm sorry. 1 second. This guy's just making me so hungry. Sorry, I hope I'm not being disrespectful here. The last thing I would want to do with this guy.
He phrased it rather than simply talk things out, hear your viewpoint. He says, I have some questions to ask you. It's like, you're going to just frame this as a flat-out interrogation rather than...
Wait, he's talking about Hunter Avalon being, like, disingenuous? That, if anything, that guy's not disingenuous enough. Like, in all seriousness, Hunter Avalon, I think, is a little bit too nice to his debate opponents sometimes. In 5 minutes? Shit, it is in 5 minutes. Oh my god. Okay. I'll wait for Cirrus to message me, and we'll get through this real quick.
Actually have a real conversation with me? That really rubbed me the wrong way. And on top of that, initially after I said yes, but I have some conditions, he said sure. And then I asked that we would simply not insult each other. I think that's fair, right? And he said yes to the initial, I have conditions, but he never clarified or said, yes, I agree, we won't insult each other. He never said that. So it really rubbed me the wrong way.
Oh, so I had to literally confirm. Okay, so the reason that I missed out on a conversation with this guy is because I didn't confirm that I wouldn't hurt his little fee-fees. Okay, dude, you're a bitch anyway. Talking to you would have been a waste of time.
If I were to say something he disagreed with, it would simply be, I have a certain opinion, and then he would call me homophobic.
But I still believe it's immoral, okay? So that means that you think that people are going to hell for being gay, right? Right? So I'm sorry, that means you hate gay people. You hate them. You hate gay people. Okay? You can say all you want that you don't, but you do.
Transphobic, hateful, evil. Now
Yes.
for Alec, afterward I quickly declined.
All of the above.
And I was blunt. I pretty much said the exact same things I said here. And Alec in the DMs, he was nice. We didn't really have any beef in the DMs or anything like that. And I try heavily just with everybody, not to be two-faced.
I'm
If
done
I say
DMing
something,
you,
I
man.
actually
Thanks
mean
for the
it.
video
I'm going to say
content.
that thing behind your back, and I'm going to say it to your face. And look, I could easily be getting things wrong here. If anyone knows me, they know I can be kind of a paranoid person at times. I'm distrustful if you give me reason to be. People who actually want to understand the other person generally give them the benefit of the doubt. None of that was done in the video video whatsoever. Instead of it just being another thing that I actually personally find very interesting. Like, I have tons of questions when it comes to sexuality. I find it extremely fascinating. These things go incredibly deep. I mean, it's not even just so much, why are you gay or why are you straight? It's also like, hey, let's ask another fun, interesting question. Why do you like big boobs or why do you like small boobs? Why do you prefer butts over boobs, for example? It's an incredibly complex and fascinating thing, in my opinion. You also don't have to think something is right or wrong to find it fascinating. I personally found it very...
But you think it's wrong. But you think it's wrong. And you think it's fascinating because you think it's wrong. That's where it comes from. You're like, okay, here's my big brain move. I think that being gay is wrong. Therefore, I'm going to study what makes people be gay in the first place. Okay? And you can say that you're against, like, forcing people into conversion therapy, but if you think it's immoral, right? Let's really break this down. If you think that being gay is immoral, that probably means that you think gay people are going to hell. Or at the very least be punished for being gay, right? Because you believe in the big man in the sky. So that means... Let me finish chewing here. Again, I hope I'm not being disrespectful here. And the last thing I would want to do. So what that means is... You think that gay people are going to be punished somehow because you think being gay is wrong. Okay? So that's where this comes from. Why does he act like Armored Skeptic? Because he's an Armored Skeptic clone.
Very fascinating. Do I condone it? Do I think it's good? No. Do I hate these people? Is the purpose of my video some sort of...
I don't hate them. I just think they should go to hell.
Christian propaganda to make people straight? No. I just also find it very interesting. And if you look at all the comments, for example, especially the ones that were angry at me, you'll find something interesting. Who are these people who are commenting? What's going on here? Oh, wait. Turns out even gay people find it interesting and want to understand these things. I don't blame them. So you can see that obviously the accusations made against me that I'm just...
This is such pussy bullshit, man. Just own your shit. You think that being gay is immoral and that gay people are going to hell, and that's why you studied this.
Just a person who hates gay people. It is incredibly backwards and unintuitive. The only reason why he came with this mentality is because he was told by a viewer that I hate gay people.
My dude has done his research. Holy shit. How does he actually... Okay, is he actually homophobic? The person who linked this to me said, Remnant 7 said he has to be. He has to be. Wait, yo, it's real. It's real. I'm pogging, dude.
He's being blinded by his ideology. It's insane. And Alec, if you're watching this video, or just people in general, because I
want one. Where's your merch store, bud?
I believe that if you're a streamer, if you're a person who makes YouTube videos, you have a responsibility, especially if you're going to be in politics and news, or any of those things, or psychology. You have a responsibility to really know what you're talking about. If I react to...
Dude, I know what I'm talking about. You said that being gay is immoral. You said that. If anything, that's worse than saying you hate them. Okay? I think it's worse. You know why? You can say you hate gay people for a number of reasons. Gay people tend to lisp more, right? You're basing this off of stereotypes, of course, which is still shitty. Gay people tend to lisp, and I find that annoying. Gay people do behave this way or have that tendency, right? But at least you're not going to hell that way, man. You think they're going to hell, so fuck you.
A video talking about why people are gay, and I say it's wrong. I sure as hell best know what the answer is. I should know why people are actually gay, rather than simply disagreeing with it because it doesn't sound right to me, which he obviously didn't in this video. He just said a lot of baseline information
people are super
about
annoying,
epigenetics, and then he called it a day without actually going into detail about it. You're not establishing anything by doing that. And you should also watch these videos in advance before you criticize, attack, and slander people. You have a responsibility.
You just said the pre-watch, man. He said, hey, bro, did you pre today? Did you pre my video? No. I don't pre-watch.
For the things you say, the videos you make, you need to take responsibility. And it's dangerous because guess what? A lot of the people who watched that video, they clearly did not watch it through. They just watch you say, this guy hates gay people, he's homophobic, he
does, you do!
Then they call it a day, and now they see me that way when it's obviously not the case. I mean...
And if you don't hate gay people, your God sure as fuck does. I'm just saying, you may not, but you disagree with your God, if that's the case.
Let's look at the comments, for example. Let's read through a couple of these. I'm a gay bottom. I'd wager I have very little testosterone. My ring finger is longer than my index. Pseudoscience...
Y'all are getting caught out here. Uh-oh.
Go burr. This comment is kind of nuts to me because it got... I mean, let's look at the comments, for example. Let's read through a couple of these.
Shout out to Deska9985.
gay bottom, I'd wager I have very little testosterone. My ring finger is longer than my index. Pseudoscience go brr. This comment is kind of nuts to me because it got so many likes. Yet, if the people who liked this comment and the person who actually made the comment paid attention to anything I said, they would know that what this guy is saying proves literally what I'm saying to be true. But when you're an adult, it becomes much more tricky and there is no direct way of measuring the testosterone. Your current levels are not going to reflect.
Are you saying that we gotta measure kids to their index fingers in order to figure out whether or not they're gay? It's like, when does this end, man? Like, that's really weird.
What they were in the womb. Studies have shown having a long ring finger.
He interrupts and distracts his audience. Am I interrupting and distracting you guys? I mean, I probably am. Alex. Okay.
To an index finger is heavily correlated to testosterone exposure while you're in the womb. This is why women typically have short.
Why do you know this?
Like what he says literally proves what I said in my video to be true. But they don't even realize that because Alec keeps interrupting the video at vital segments. Like this is so damaging to the things I say that the people watching your reaction video can't even digest the information because you keep interrupting them with bits that aren't even funny. Like what's the joke behind this? You aren't smart enough to understand the things I'm saying or lack the ability to pay attention? What is the joke behind this, Alec? Tell me.
You gotta ask Dubsy for that one. Dubsy's the one who edited that one. And we'll probably edit this one too.
Where's the funny here? Like, here's the difference between our videos in terms of food. Your videos are lighthearted, they're not meant to be taken seriously, you're categorized under entertainment for a reason. So it's equivalent to a hot dog.
I categorized myself as that. That's my doing. I categorize myself as entertainment. I know that I'm an idiot. That's fine. I'm allowed to be stupid. I earned it. Okay, you didn't. You think that you're smart.
It's just something, hey, I watch it, I eat it, I don't really pay attention too much, it's fun. Mine is a steak, though. You have to actually sit down,
oh my
cut
God,
it, and digest
you're
what I'm
so
saying to
full of it,
understand
dude.
People can miss half of the things you're going to say, and it's not going to drastically affect the video.
Steak's
But you
overrated
actually
anyway.
have to concentrate on what I say, otherwise you're going to get a bit lost. Just like with all these people who liked this comment without knowing it actually supports the things I said. It hits extra hard to hear mutilation as an argument while I'm lying in bed recovering from top surgery right now. I've never been happier in my entire life.
Shout out to Leaf has ADHD.
When I see myself in a mirror now, and these f***s will never accept that. You don't need me to accept that. I never said you do, and I never pretended as if you did. I have no authority over you. I don't think that lifestyle will make you happy at the end of the day, though I would totally understand why.
You're wrong. You're demonstrably wrong. Okay? I pulled up studies that say you're wrong. What is this? One study found that the percentage of men with moderately severe to severe depressive symptoms dropped by almost 50% after 12 months of TRT. There are a number of conclusions you could draw from that.
Why you would believe it would right now. And I don't deny the data, which shows that it really does make people happy when they're going through it. The idea that high-pitched voices are linked to homosexuality.
Shout out Ken Schnabel 4726. Love you.
It was debunked in the 1980s. There are more straight men with high-pitched voices than there are gay men with high-pitched voices. Oh boy, don't tell this guy that there are more studies done after the 1980s. He seems to be having an issue. I don't know. Maybe Alec Gunter can help us with this one.
But I don't care. Maybe they do. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay?
Dude, who pulled this man out of the 1987?
Yeah, that's it. Thanks, Alec. I couldn't have worded better myself. The problem is he is stuck in the past, and there have been a lot more studies done on this. And actually, just 2 weeks ago, ASAP Science, which has gay men in it, discussed why gay men have stereotypically higher-pitched voices and
because, again, if I had... Okay, so I don't have the data on this, but if I were forced at gunpoint to explain this, here's how I'd explain it. It's probably because of socialization. Because we socialize people to believe that if you like men, that is a feminine thing. And so gay people naturally act more feminine. Okay, especially if they're bottoms. I'm sorry, bottoms just tend to sound more feminine. That's usually how it goes. All right? If you're a gay top, usually not. But if you're a gay bottom, yeah, you'll probably sound more feminine because that signals to other people, hey, you know, like, that's me, you know? I'm just saying.
sound more
queer
feminine,
coding.
and it is observed cross-culturally. They have also the links in their video, and it's a really good video. I highly recommend it. Anytime people argue that someone's environment determines their sexuality/gender identity, it screams that they aren't entirely straight.
But also sometimes people just have those types of voices. Like I've heard straight people with lisps, with high voices. Like it's not necessarily tied to whether you're top or bottom. I just, like, I just don't care that much. I truly don't. And the fact that you do speaks volumes.
Or cis, but they're too scared to admit it. I'm not gay/trans, but society made me have those thoughts.
Okay, listen, you're not just born gay, okay? I think anybody with like a basic understanding of epigenetics and environmental influence can understand that.
Holy shit, Alec, are you hiding something from us? Your own viewers calling you out right there. It's just...
Anytime, mentally disabled videos. Anytime people argue that someone's environment determines their sexuality/gender identity, it just screams that they aren't entirely straight or cis, but they're too scared to admit that. I'm not gay/trans. Society have made me have those thoughts. No, you misunderstood that comment. That was a comment against you, man. Like, that's an argument against you. Because this person might recognize that your environment can have an influence on whether or not you're gay or trans. And if you recognize that, then you might be scared that somebody might gay or trans you. You know? Like that's a legitimate fear that some people have. Probably.
It's so stupid because even Alex says this. Also, the whole idea that because you're interested in these things, it makes you gay. It's an absurd argument. If I'm fascinated and I love cats, for example, does that make me a zoophile or myself a cat? Absolutely not. And other comments brought up the armored skeptic aspect, the look I have. Now that is honestly...
Oh no, he's addressing the armored skeptic ripoff allegations. Ripoff of armor skeptic, yeah.
Aspect, the look I have. Now that is honestly an extremely tragic coincidence. I am not even joking. So the first time I found this out was actually from a comment on my communist video.
Honestly, I believe him. I believe that two different people who have very, probably similar worldviews would come to the same conclusion on how they should look.
He said I copied the armored skeptic. I looked at the video and it's like, holy shit, that is literally me. But it's so sad because I'm going to be honest, because in terms of the videos and how I make them, I really learn from other people I watch. For example, the Tail Foundry. For people who watch my older videos, I try to have these little characters. They move around and they convey my points. I blatantly stole that from the Tail Foundry. Yet I'm an individual. I'm one man who only works on these things in his evenings. I have very limited time to make these videos. So I tried to steal and create a Walmart version of the Tail Foundry in terms of the videos I make. And as time went on, I changed my video style. I kind of abandoned the whole concept of it entirely.
I really don't care
but
that
it was
much
really
about this.
I really tried to be a but in the political niche. If I could go back in time, I would have scrapped this way before my time even. I probably was like really old political streamers. So yeah, that's the one at that. And if I hit like 10,000 subscribers or sometime in the future I have more time, I'm probably going to change the design. I'm going to keep my helmet, but I'm probably going to put on like a tan lawn coat or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. But going back to Alec, if you're going to continue making videos, I would strongly suggest that you watch the people's videos in advance.
I did.
Because guess what?
No, in advance. No, that's pre-watching. I don't pre-videos, man. I don't pre.
Probably did the things you did. If you're a streamer and you just blatantly watch the entire video, start to finish, and you don't add things, that makes you liable for being copyright striked. Which is why I would suggest, in your situation, it would be really wise of you to either not really draw any conclusions, not to insult people, really to try and understand and hear them.
You're dumb. Stupid. Dumb. And a stupid dumbhead. Dummy.
Out first, or to watch their video in advance. You gotta be generous with your interpretation of what
Hasn't he insulted you a dozen times? Probably.
They're trying to say, what they mean behind the things they're saying, or just watch it beforehand. And if that's too much for you, you probably shouldn't be in the political and news niche. It'd probably be better for you to just stick to playing video games or something.
Oh, come on, this is a fundraiser stream. Come on, man.
Or reacting to TikTok memes. I'm serious here, because you are responsible for your actions and what happens as a result of them. And that's all for this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. Something else I want to mention.
It was great. Oh, wait, what?
On here is I'm open to video editing work. If you enjoy...
Oh, nice. Here. Sorry, I've learned my lesson. You know what? Actually, don't give it. Don't comment. Don't comment. Nobody comment. Don't go to the video. Don't give it any engagement. Don't bother. Do not give it engagement. I don't care. That was fun. That was really fun. I still believe that he hates gay people, and he can say that it's not hating. I just think it's immoral. Yeah, you hate gay people, dude. You think they're going to hell? All right. If nothing else, you believe that your God is sending gay people to hell. If that's not hatred, I don't know what is. Because you love your God, and if your God is sending people to hell, and you still love him, then you must hate the people going to hell. I don't know how else I can interpret that. All right? Yeah, never tap the glass. He's not worth the time. Yeah, appeal to empathy. It never fails. All right, I'm going to put the rest of this burrito in the kitchen. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we got to get on with Necosaurus. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Tragic news. I am out of beer. Gonna have to stick with the soda tonight. He just doesn't get that that's the conclusion, because that would make him a bad person for believing that. Yep. All right, let's get on with Cirrus here. Was that in a was that a bad comment to make, like that gay people have like higher pitched voices because a lot of them are bottoms? I didn't mean anything by that. I feel like that's like, just because you have a high pitched voice doesn't mean it's necessarily sexualized. I hope people didn't like take that from that. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, in the same way that like women have a different way of speaking, so do like feminine gay people. I should have worded it more properly. You're joking, it's clear. Okay, good. You're getting canceled, lol. Yeah, probably. I was joking a little bit. Okay. I am going to just chill for a bit because Cirrus now needs 8 more minutes. Last stream, we had a good run. Listen, there is a concept of like changing the pitch of your voice in a context in which you are trying to flirt with people or pick up a love interest. Obviously, that's not going to come through nearly as much if you're in like a business setting. Just took my feminine, nice. You still plan on doing crochet commission in like 3 months? I'm actually taking commissions now. I just took one, but it's probably going to be backed up for a little bit because I just took, I want pizza now. You're welcome. I took one for somebody's dog, and I also need to finish up Gengar. In fact, while we're waiting, I'll show you guys the pattern I was using. Maybe I'll pull it out for a second. This is the pattern, completely free. It is for a smaller Gengar, so like I modified the arms a little bit. We can do some head spikes real quick. Hold on. It's a little hard to see because of where it's positioned on the screen. I'll show you. I've got more purple yarn left over than I thought. Good. Is it normal for legs to be less sore than arms the day after a workout? It just depends on how hard you worked each one. Do a little comparison here. Yeah, it's exactly the same. Okay. They rebranded my yarn a little bit, so I was like a little worried, but it's the same. All right. So we're going to follow the middle head spike here, just while we're waiting. So what I have here is... Oh, my hook's over there. Okay, so what I have here is my size 8 hook. I've got chenille yarn. It is Loops and Threads chenille home yarn. I'm going to start with a magic ring. We'll try to go slowly. What we do is we wrap the yarn around the fingers twice, cross over, take our hook, go under the first one, over the second one, pull it under, just like that. And then we hook onto that, go over the first one again, and hook onto the second one, and then pull it through that little hole, just like that. For those who don't like the crochet stuff, stick around. It's only going to be a few minutes. All right, so this is our magic ring. So we're going to crochet right through there. Ready? Now, what I've found out is easier to do is I'll crochet twice. I'll just do 2 single crochets real quick. So there's 1. And there's 2. And then I will take... You can see the ring there, right? And then I like to close the ring first before I continue. The way that we do that, we take our hook out. And I like to... It's a little bit harder to close the... Oh, shit. Hold on. Fucked it up. There we go. What's supposed to be happening next? Have a boy on? Have you a boy on? I am going to be talking to Nekosaurus in just a few minutes here. Otherwise, I would have you on. So, what am I doing here? I need... What is wrong here? I did something wrong. Hold on, I'm going to start over. I have a crocheted betta fish my aunt made for me. I'll send a picture on the Discord later. Hey, that's pretty cool. All right, we're going to do that again. So 1. All right, I still fuck up here and there. I'm still new to this, technically. 2. All right, we're going to take our hook out. All right, so I like to latch on to the second single crochet and pull. It pulls out a little bit like that. And then I'll grab onto the first one and pull, and it should close this ring. Hopefully. You got to go back and forth sometimes. It's really tricky to close a magic ring with this type of yarn. You just got to kind of work it till it closes. And I got to redo it sometimes, so I might have to redo it again. Really not wanting to close. There it goes. Come on. Starting to give. Come on, it's starting to give, man. Can't do it. I gotta restart. You see how it like worms, or caterpillars it's called? Like caterpillars. The fluff caterpillars off of it, and then it's like impossible. So this is like a little bit tricky to work with in some ways, but I do like working with it. It's very soft. Maybe I do got a touch of the tism. Alright, we're gonna try again. I'm gonna try to get one done before Cirrus comes back. Two. Please close this time. Come on. Come on. There you go. Come on. You can do it. No, you can do it. There it goes. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so now that the magic ring is closed, I'll undo that second crochet and then redo it. And it can be a little bit tricky now to see where the magic ring is at, but it's just open enough that I can still see it. So the instructions say crochet into the magic ring 4 times, so we've got 1 done already. We undid the second one, so we'll redo it. 2. Your cynical sold out so quickly. I know, it's great. Hold on, I fucked that up. BRB gonna run to buy some dinner real quick. Yeah, I had to eat too during that video. He had me hungry. Two, 3, and 4. Okay, so we crocheted 4 times. Next instruction is increase. And what that means is we're going to go into this first single crochet and do 2 single crochets in the same one. Called an increase. 1. Hold on. There we go. Come on, get under there. There we go. 1. My tail's long now, sorry. And 2. Thinking about doing wood carving as a hobby for money? Yeah, that whatever you can get into, man. I love the arts. I'm glad that I finally picked one up. And then 3 single crochets. So we're just going to single crochet into each of the next ones, which will give us a total of 5 stitches at the end. A good pattern will always have the stitch number that you should have at the end. So if you have a different number than what's on there, then you did something wrong and you should either compensate or redo it. I like to redo it because I'm a perfectionist. Sorry, these stitches are a little bit hard to get into. I'm not doing the best job. Once I get going, it's a little bit better. I just can't get into the stitch. Oh. Be good. It's really not one to go. I promise Necosaurus is coming any second. Just be patient. Necosaurus is coming, so don't leak out yet. All right, 1. There we go. I got it in. Takes a minute to get going, but now we're going. 2. And 3. And then I got row 3, 2 increases and 3 single crochets. So we're going to increase, double crochet into the, 2 crochets into the first one, double crochet is a different concept. 2 crochets into the second one. Then 3. Four. I've only ever carved wood once, and it was for a wand I made for a cousin. Still pretty proud of it. Nice. That sounds fun. And 5. Okay, yeah. All right, so we're on row 4. 2 increases and 5 single crochets, so 1. And you'll see where we're going with this in just a second. If I can finish it before Cyrus gets back. Hold on. Fuck that up. Crocheting is so satisfying even though I have no idea what you're doing. I know, it's just very nice to watch. I like it a lot. Even just watching it. Alright, I'll do one more row real quick. Because I cannot put off Cyrus any longer. And he just messaged me. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 increase or 5 single crochets, so 1, 2, come on, 3, 4, 5, and then after this you can start to see what's kind of going on here. I have one more row to do, but I'll show you real quick. This is going to be a little head spike. So it's going to be in the center of Gengar's head here. Oh. Oh, I don't have time for this. Cyrus is waiting. And that's just going to go like right there. Looks a little goofy now. It'll look better when I actually get it on. Okay, you guys get the idea. There's a niche for pretty much anything. There really is. It's nice. Okay, let me put all this away. Bye for now, Gengar. Call. Hello.
Oh, having fun with the Armored Skeptic knockoff?
Yeah, it was very fun. I actually was, he said in the video already, but he was, I was DMing that guy trying to think that, or trying to, sorry, my brain's scattered now. I was trying to get him into a conversation with me, but he was like, I don't know, I don't think you're very good faith, blah, blah, blah. And then he made that response video to me, so it was fun to go over.
Jesus. It's
fine.
What an interesting little guy.
There's so many interesting little guys. It's very fun for me. It gives me a lot of good content, at least.
Completely fair. Well, there's another interesting little guy that we're supposed to be taking on today, I believe, that we probably should get each other's cameras in some way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, for sure. Here.
Don't
I don't have split screen enabled, but I can get you on my backup camera.
Let me see here. I think. Am I gonna have to do mine as a backup cam? Let's find out. Let's see here.
Not available. Oh shoot, I gotta plug it in. Just a second.
Fark. Technology was the friends we lost along the way. Okay. One there. Maybe that'll work.
Okay, there we go.
Blue Cat, that is a question for Saki. Let's see here.
There we go.
They said, "How is your mental health doing?" She gave a thumbs up.
Oh yes, for those in my audience who don't know Nekosaurus, this is Nekosaurus. Would you like to introduce yourself real quick when you got everything set up?
Sure. I mean, let's get everything set up real quick first. So you've got
Good idea.
Backup camera there. Let me go ahead and set up a camera for myself as well. Maybe. Why is it not showing my Nexigo camera? Why is that one not showing as available? That's strange. Oh, I think I know why. It's probably because... Let me see here. Display. You pop over this way. Video screen. 3D print camera. Let's go ahead and kill that camera. Media share. Oopsie. Is there another camera here? Why can't my Nexigo camera be seen? That's awkward. Give me a moment to see why all of my stuff is breaking. Streamer interactive. Nope. Assets for table. Nope. 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 Is it in starting? 3D print cam. Properties. Kill that one too. Okay. You meant that? Yes, so Cirrus pulls messages from top chat, not live chat, so sometimes messages never appear. Yep. Just how it is. Why? Camera. Well, fuck it. Maybe I can do this then. Properties.
Technology is stupid.
Is very stupid. Why do I see... Man, nothing sees my Nexico camera. That's strange.
Do you know how to disable the video feed from yourself on Discord? Like, is there a way to do that?
What do you mean?
Like, I don't want my video feed showing over top of yours. Like for the purposes.
Oh,
of
all you have to do there is just click on my video feed once it's there, and it will just superimpose it. And then you won't see yours anymore. I just need to get this functioning. Oh, that seems like that. Right? I swear to God, if the reason that it wasn't working boils down to it wasn't plugged in all the way, I'm going to be ecstatic while screaming.
Show my camera off. Confirm. See, I go to show, like, turn off show my camera, and then it just puts my icon in the way instead.
That's weird.
Isn't that just a read?
Hmm?
Isn't that just a read?
What?
Static read.
I'm not autistic enough for that.
Sorry.
Oh my God. Shiggy Schwa, thank you for the follow. Jassa, fuck you, die. Why? It's
Often
only
used to say that-
showing me
I've often used to
OBS.
say that Gengar's amazing. Thank you.
Let's see if maybe this deactivate, activate.
I'm
Bam.
showing my chat my crocheted Pokemon dolls.
Bark. Okay, I'm gonna get duct tape for this later. I swear to God.
I think that what I'm gonna do is just turn off my main camera feed for now.
Well, in an ideal world, we shouldn't even need to worry about any of that if technology would actually be on our side. But
It would be nice, but it's fine. We improvise. We adapt and overcome.
as of right now, the robots are winning.
Indeed.
I have. Okay. Why this isn't working at all? Me. Give it. This was working the other day when I was using it to view 3D printer stuff.
Here, actually, I know what I'll do.
In theory, it should be working now.
Since I got a little time, I can transform this.
All right.
Hey,
there we
you
go.
are.
That looks like a camera that is working. A big asterisk on what we define as working, but we'll take it.
True.
Okay, let me see if I can't get it framing me as close to how my other camera is doing. So, Paige says, I propose a new drinking game. Take a shot every time Cirrus's camera falls down. Yeah, I feel like that's a game that would get you drunk very quickly.
Oh no, does it fall down a lot?
Yeah, both of my cameras fall down a ton, and it's kind of infuriating, not gonna lie. But
oh, that's not good.
Hi, hon. Give you?
Hello. How's it going?
What are you?
You want this one to work, right?
They're both working, hon. They're both working. Did you just pet me via placating pats? Why are you like this? I know what I'm talking about. Jesus Christ.
Everything good over there?
It seems like it. It seems like it. Okay.
All right.
So now in an I just heard a whole bunch of things fall. I give up on life. I really do.
Oh no.
I give up on life entirely. So I guess you need to do a share your screen with me so I can start cropping things on my end, right?
Oh, am I not sharing my screen yet?
It doesn't look like it.
Sorry, right. I'm sharing my video feed, not my screen. Duh. 1 second. The screen. Just for now.
Dorito says you should attach your cameras to galvanized square steel with screws borrowed from your aunt.
I watched that one. That was so funny.
I adore that thing for terrible reasons.
Galvanized square steel.
Screws borrowed from the aunt.
It's so funny.
All right.
I love your videos.
That's unfortunate. I'm sorry for your tastes. Let me see here. Copy. Paste. That right there. Oh man, I might actually just hate technology. You know what? We're just gonna...
Overcoming sounds like a medical issue. What is wrong with you?
You're not overcoming. If anything, all of you are undercoming. Do better.
Really? I've seen your chat. I don't know if that's true.
All right, let me go ahead and just call this... I'm just going to call this scene Fuck It because of how stupidly I'm going to make this work. We are going to straight up just engage in cropping. Full screen. Do this as grid. There we go. Huzzah. I clicked the grid button and now everything looks correct.
Oh man, now I gotta fix mine because the cropping screwed up because of the video feed. Hold on 1 second, sorry.
Absolutely.
We'll just maximize that.
Do.
Edit transform.
All right, I'm disabling crowd control. I'm tired of fighting.
Crop left, we'll try.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I hate OBS sometimes.
It's not great. It's not
all I'm
optimal.
trying to do is duplicate your screen so I can create a new thing. But because there's so many assets on my screen, it just grabs one of those assets instead of the asset that I need to grab. Page Wilder says Streamlabs is better. No, it's not.
I know exactly.
It's
what
really
you're
not.
about.
There's I could go into 12 billion reasons why Streamlabs isn't better. Intellectual theft of property would be one of them.
Oh yeah, true. Forgot about that whole thing. There we go. Yeah, it's in OBS. For those who don't stream or don't know, like anything that you try to grab, like anytime, it will try to get you to grab something else. It's really annoying.
Paige says, wait, what?
Since we got
They
a little
don't
more
own.
time.
They don't own the rights to OBS. OBS was open source, and Streamlabs tried to basically tout themselves as. Oh. I'll let you find a news article on it so I don't give misinformation on all the particulars of the situation. But basically, they tried doing a lot of things that are considered fucky-wucky no-nos in the open source software space.
Yeah, it's not great.
Jesse TG said a crazy lady told me you were in a video game. A crazy lady told you I was in a video game. Which crazy lady are we talking about? I also just realized that the lighting on my Nexigo camera is very washed out compared to the lighting on my main camera. There's nothing I can do about that.
Same here.
It just is what it is.
Yep.
There, I am officially set up now. Everything's working.
Okay, I think I am also good.
Excellent. Everything is unfucky-wuckied. Also, for those who were in my chat, hit ! collab, and that'll give you a link to Alec Gunter's channel as we sit here and engage in copious amounts of tech support.
Yep, and I've got the @ for Cirrus's channel on the screen. I actually don't have a command for that, but I can. Queen Laura, are you here? Can you set a command to link to Cirrus's stream if that's possible, or any of the mods that are here? I'd really appreciate that. I could take the time to do that right now if you want.
It's up to you. I am ambivalent either way. I exist on the internet.
Okay. All right. I think. You know what I'll do? I'll just link to your channel and I'll put it in my description real quick. That's what I'll do.
Huzzah.
That's a good idea. Give me just 2 seconds. Oh wait, I can just add you in the title. There we go.
Yeah. Okay, so Paige, I just recently, I'm refamiliarizing myself with the drama, but the long and short of it is that Streamlabs took the open broadcasting source or open broadcasting software source code, which is open source, everybody has access to it, but named themselves Streamlabs OBS deliberately to confuse the branding for OBS, and there was no permission given from OBS, but they decided to do it anyway. They decided, yeah, fuck it, why not? And on top of that, they've done this with basically anything that was considered adjacent to streaming. So Elgato makes the Stream Deck, and so Streamlabs would go, here's the Streamlabs Stream Deck. Here's OBS, and then they go, oh, here's Streamlabs OBS. Trying to basically put themselves as the one-stop shop for all of this stuff, while basically aping it from everyone and everywhere else. That's the long and short of what happened. And Elgato and the people behind OBS and everybody who was involved, not just like fans, decried them for all of this shit. And it's one of the reasons I stopped using Streamlabs. Also,
Yeah.
Streamlabs outside of that, oh shit, I'm free from NDA now. Sweet. I can talk about things later. You made this, I made this. They're there was literally you made this, I made this for Streamlabs. But on top of that, one of the other issues that we ran into a lot with Streamlabs for users is while they combined a lot of things that we would use in Stream Elements into the Streamlabs OBS software that made it easier for a lot of streamers to use things with it, it's not as friendly for plugins. So if you are trying to get if you were trying to get a version of OBS that just worked and did a bunch of things on its own, Streamlabs technically worked better for that. But if you were a career streamer that needed to use a ton of plugins to get certain things in your stream working, like VTuber lighting effects, for instance, the immersive lighting effect that a lot of VTubers will use for their screens, none of those work in Streamlabs OBS, but they work in OG OBS. So
interesting. There's a lot that I still don't know about that drama. I just know that they were stealing assets, not crediting where they got them, and I was going to get canceled if I kept using it, so I stopped using it. The woke mob would cancel me.
I am an advocate for having both on a computer because there are some things that require you to use two streaming softwares at the same time to do stably. Sometimes certain recordings need a different kind. You know how when you're streaming on OBS, there's a set of parameters you set to make recording easier or to make streaming easier. There's a certain quality setting that makes streaming look better and a certain quality setting that makes recordings look better. And as people who do streaming primarily, we kind of have to bite the bullet on content that's made after the fact. A funny hack you can do is having Streamlabs function only as the recording software and optimize it for recording, and then I said, Cyrus, all we can see is your hammer and small icon patch. No, I can see what you can see. You can see much more than that. Brain.
You were talking about how you could optimize.
Yes. Yeah, you can use OBS for your broadcasting because all the plugins and everything will work with it. All the bells and whistles work with it. And then using Streamlabs as only a recording software. That way you can get the best of both worlds if you've got a computer that's strong enough to handle both of them.
Right. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I still won't use Streamlabs just on principle.
That's entirely understandable.
Yeah, and I don't fault people for, like, it's not like people who use Streamlabs are like evil or anything. It's just like, you know, I don't feel like I need it. So why would I use a software that blatantly steals assets and doesn't credit people? At least that's my understanding of what they're doing. So
basically,
anyway.
I'm going to go ahead and turn see if I can't turn off my crowd control overlay so that it's not overlaid literally on me.
Crowd control is that video game thing, right? Where you
Yeah, I used it
Yeah.
because I did a crowd control of Pokemon, and then I
Ooh.
realized, how did Streamlabs not get in trouble? Who was going to get them in trouble? They were doing their stuff based off of an open broadcasting software. They were aping open source stuff. Who was going to get them in trouble? What copyright was going to protect anything? It's open source.
They were trying to get crowd control in trouble?
No, not crowd control. So that this is still on the Streamlabs thing. The crowd control thing is that I have it. Actually, wait, y'all are able to move crowd control. You can physically click it and move it to other areas of the screen. Never mind. I'm not helping your laziness. Solve it.
Do it your damn selves.
So what about the Stream Deck? I'm not an expert on everything else that happened during that particular drama. So if you want more specific answers on the other things that went on with that drama, the reasons why they're not in trouble for various things, you're going to have to do a little more digging into that than I have done. I did enough digging to come to a conclusion, which was that I wasn't going to use the software anymore. So that's cool. I love when cameras stop working correctly. Trying to get it to where the camera's showing enough, but not showing literally my other screen.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I have the technology.
Cirrus is grabbing us, chat.
I have the technology to make this work. This is going to be the equivalent of a don't do this at home moment.
This is one of those 4D movie rides.
Yes.
You ever do the SpongeBob 4D ride? You ever heard of
No,
that?
I did the Lilo and Stitch one.
Okay, so you know the concept then. They're really fun.
Yes.
Yeah. Here in
Yes.
Ohio, Kings Island had it for a bit, and then they got rid of it for some reason. I don't even know what they replaced it with. It's disappointing. I love that thing. But anyway.
Daddy
Now there's a
Cirrus is manhandling us. This is
Yeah.
this is as close as I'm going to be able to get to things working. Fuck it. I literally just forced one webcam on top of the other in a human centipede amalgam of terror.
Nice.
That's where I'm at right
Beautiful.
now. I'll send you a picture of what it looks like so you know how fucked things are.
Oh yeah, please.
Here we go.
If it makes you feel any better, my very professional camera is set up very unprofessionally, but it's stable, so it works.
Fair. I think I
Yeah.
know what I'm going to have to do instead. I'm just now realizing that this thing's going to fall over at any second. Because there's
Nice.
nothing holding it together but the grace of gravity.
Oh man.
We're just going to have to do this.
Let's go.
Probably.
Take as long as you need.
Yeah, trying not to take as long as I need because I want to respect other people's time.
Oh, you're good. I appreciate it. How are you doing, by the way? I know that earlier you said you weren't doing too hot.
Just stomach issues. So I started a diet about a week and a half ago, and I'm still adjusting to some of the particulars of it. And one of the main things that I'm trying to adjust to is the portion sizes that I've acclimated to. So I'm eating smaller portion sizes because it's all just calorie dropping, basically, is mostly what I'm doing. But man, that's gonna look awful. There's nothing I can do to make that not look awful. Fuck it. We will just pray to the grace of God that thing is gonna work. Anyway,
Ooh, very
so I've
topical.
restricted myself to about 1,700 calories, and today's my cheat day. I went out to get tacos with everybody who I do the Magic the Gathering podcast with, like normal, and ordered the same amount of tacos that I normally do, but my stomach has started to adjust to my new portion sizes. So normally I would eat 7 tacos and feel fine after that and go like, yeah, that's where I'm ending. And now I ate 4 tacos and went, fuck, I ordered hard shell. I have to finish the last 3 or they're going to be soggy.
Oh no.
So now my stomach is just shrieking at me. So I've got a thing of ice water and I'm working with that right now.
Not a soggy shell. Last thing you want.
Have you ever calculated your base metabolic rate? No, I haven't done that. And here's the thing: I'm not going to do that thing. I'm not. I'm not going to be doing that.
I have.
All I have to do is just restrict the calories that I am eating. Eat healthier, because less calorically dense food will naturally allow me to eat fewer calories, and exercise a little more so that I feel better as I'm doing stuff. And I'll be okay, because that's all dieting is cal in, cal out.
Yes.
Like it literally never needs to be more complicated than that.
Yeah, you can make it more complicated, but really it's just that's once you start getting into like 6-pack abs and all that, like, you know.
Yeah,
and,
when you start going into like the amount of protein you need to grow muscle at a certain point. And that's fine for people who want to get buff, but I'm not there. If I need a great equalizer when somebody breaks into my house, I have a gun for that. I think I'm gonna be okay.
I'm not there right now either. I used to be, but it's been a minute. I used to count calories and do my BMR and portion my foods like crazy. I used to have a 6-pack abs, and I just don't anymore. It's so hard to maintain. It's, in my opinion, at least at this point in my life, it's just not worth it. It's like, who am I trying to impress? I just live your life, you know?
That's where I'm at. Like, I want the weight that makes me uncomfortable to go away. And by logging all of my stuff, because when I've had cheat days, I'd eat the same way that I would when I wasn't on a diet. And I can literally look at the calories that I'm eating by using the app that I have and go, oh, that's why I was gaining weight the way I was, because I was literally consuming an overabundance, somewhere between 4,500 and 5,000 calories a day. Like, that's a drastic overabundance and completely unnecessary for somebody with a sedentary lifestyle like me.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's definitely good to try to moderate that the best you can. Especially if you're sedentary like I've been lately, you know, like I have not been doing hardly any exercise. Like I keep trying to go back, but there's something going on, man. I don't know what happened. I'm just detrained as shit right now. Ugh. So
fair. Paige says 5,000. Well, yeah, consider that, like, if all you're eating is calorically dense foods, like fried foods, it's very easy to hit 5,000 calories. You basically do it unconsciously. A single meal that, for instance, when Saki and I went out on the date last night after I was done ranting and raving about Trump getting shot, the meal that I got for myself was an 1,800 calorie meal. And it was just chicken tenders on top of French fries with cheese. That was the meal. That's all it was. So multiply that kind of eating for 3 meals out of the day, and yeah, you hit 5,000 pretty fucking quickly.
Pretty fucking quickly. No, that's true. If you eat healthier, you don't need to worry, like you were saying, you don't need to worry nearly as much about like how much you're actually eating. Like, you still should keep a tab on it, especially if you're trying to lose weight, but you know, like less dense foods like chicken and vegetables and fruits and stuff like that. They're not like they won't like they're not nearly as calorie dense, so they just won't like, even if you feel like you're eating a lot, it just won't be as much. So, and it's also got way more micronutrients too. I think people often forget that like those micronutrients are so important to how you feel, and that's probably why I feel like shit when I go to work out, because I'm not getting nearly enough of those. So
that's what happened the first time that I went back to the gym. I want to say maybe a month or two ago. I felt awful because I used to eat fruit before going to the gym, and then I just didn't, and I didn't realize that like the few electrolytes that I was getting from a banana or an apple was the thing fueling my workout and allowing me not to feel like shit. So
I would say about 15 to 20 minutes before you work out, eat a nice fruit, maybe a yogurt if you got it, like just something that's like lower calorie, high in simple carbs, but but also nutrient dense, like apples, oranges, bananas, stuff like that. It's great for you.
Yep. The other thing that I'm doing on my diet right now is I'm restricting my soda intake. So I used to drink and nothing but Diet Dr. Pepper. That was the thing that I would have all the time. While you and I were in Yonkers, I had a couple of 2 liters of Diet Dr. Pepper in the. Oh wow, that just changed the orientation of everything.
Yeah, it sure did. Hold on, I don't know why that happened.
I think it's just because you had the screen paused for so long.
Probably. There we go.
I think that's why. But I had a couple 2 liters of Diet Dr. Pepper literally just in the fridge in the hotel, and I would just abscond down there, get a drink, and then pop back up. If I didn't have Riverboat Jack got me a bunch of the little cans of Diet Dr. Pepper that I was having on day 1. So when that wasn't an option, it was literally go down, get a hit of Diet Dr. Pepper, come back up. And that's not super healthy. Also, I found out through more research that one of the problems with aspartame is that it triggers an insulin response in the body identical to sugar, and then your body fires all the insulin out. The insulin finds that it has nothing to help metabolize, and then 2 things happen. One, it sits there, and then your body goes, oh, this was a false alarm. You do that too many times, you can just develop diabetes type 2. 2, the other problem is that the signal that it sends to your brain is, hey, the insulin's here, send me sugar. The insulin's here, send me something to metabolize. So this has a purpose now. So turns out if you drink regular soda, because they have high fructose corn syrup, fructose stops your body's ability to feel satiated. So fructose makes you want to eat and drink more, even though you're drinking calories with soda. And diet soda has a similar effect, but for a different chemical reason, because the body sends a bunch of false alarms and then goes, fuck it, why can't I eat things? And then you start craving more snacks and sweets and stuff like that. Switching just to ice water, whenever I'm not actively eating, I've noticed that the water is an appetite suppressant, whereas the soda would actively make me more snacky.
Oh, that makes so much sense. I drink a lot of diet soda still, and I actually switched from regular soda because back when I was in college, I would literally do this thing where I went to the University of Cincinnati, and and there's something called Tangeman University Center where I would go to get not Burger King, but I would just go to Burger King to get a drink because they had a fountain that you could just keep refilling the drink at. So I would just keep on pumping that Mountain Dew all day, and it was so bad for me. And one time, I won't get into the details, but one time I had some pretty bad stomach issues from that. And that's when I decided, well, something's got to change. So I switched to diet. Probably not the best, but I think in a lot of ways it's at least, from what I understand at least, it's not quite as bad as regular soda.
It's not quite as bad because you're not literally firing glucose. Oh God. There we go. You're not firing glucose at your liver the same way. So it is, the best way to put it is, it's bad for different reasons. It is marginally better, especially if you're trying to lose weight. It is definitionally better because the glucose killing your satiation ability and the aspartame or sucralose or whatever artificial sweetener is used, invigorating your appetite, they're doing the same thing. They are making you eat more food to supplement the drink. No matter how you slice it, they're doing that mechanically. So the diet soda is doing that without the added problem of being calories in and of itself. So technically, it is better in that regard, in just a cow in, cow out sense.
I had heard of that thing about aspartame. What did they have in the, do you know the story about the sugar-free gummy bears?
Yes, the sugar-free gummy bears. It's not maltitol that they use. It's the Haribo ones. They use the same. It's like a stevia something. The artificial sweetener they use is the same artificial sweetener that was in a lot of the. God, let me see which one it is here. Hold on. I'm gonna try not talking out of my ass on this one. Haribo.
But whatever it is, I know that it caused some pretty bad stomach issues.
It's
for
a
lot of
laxative.
people. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
laxative.
the artificial sweetener is basically a laxative. Everybody knows about this. Gotcha. Okay, so it's because the artificial sweetener they used is called lycocin. It is a syrup made entirely of maltitol, which is a sugar alcohol. If you have too much maltitol, it does cause digestive issues. All artificial sweeteners cause digestive issues, period.
Yeah, it's just not good for you.
Yeah,
Try to
so
stick to
that
water
reason
if you can.
I think it's sucralose that the Albanese gummy bears use, but I've noticed that there aren't as many stomach issues with the Albanese sugar-free gummy bears. But that's going down a very explosive route of candy specifically,
so to speak. You want to go ahead and get started with this?
Yeah, let's. Well, I guess we'll do the introductions for each other because I'm gonna hit the recording button once we start.
Yeah,
but let's do a hit play on it. See if I can hear it.
Oh yeah, sure. It's beautiful.
I can barely hear him.
Barely hear him. Okay, let me. Okay.
I saw a.
Probably because of my volume. Okay, how am I gonna do this? Let
me turn up the volume a little bit on my end. Try now.
Okay.
I recently saw a clip of an exchange
I can turn
between
him up
a
a
street evangelist and a crowd of
there we
people
go.
that he was
That's
trying
perfect.
to evangelize.
Okay, cool. It's perfect for me.
That's
too.
perfect.
All right, perfect. All right.
Yep. All we got to do is full screen it, and then we're good to go.
So I'm thinking we start, and then it'll start
introduce
recording.
each other, and then
yeah,
all that other fun stuff.
Okay. Do you want to start, or you want me to do the intro?
I'll go ahead and start intro. You introduce the person we're going to be talking about and yourself afterwards as well. But hi, everybody who's over on Alec's channel. My name is Cirrus. Usually I use a VTuber avatar for expressing myself on my channel, but I've been doing mostly face cam stuff recently because I've been doing a lot of going over Project 2025. And I kind of think that plays off a little better when you're taking it a little more seriously instead of laughing at it from behind a Catgirl avatar. Nick Fuentes, on the other hand, I will gladly rip apart behind a Catgirl avatar because it's way funnier that way. But that said, over on my channel, I cover politics and religion and trauma and all kinds of fun stuff that nobody should ever be talking about on the internet at all. But you're already here, so I don't think you're going to be doing much but just suffering anyway. I've also got a Magic the Gathering channel called Cirrus MTG if you want vibes and cardboard instead of suffering and pain. But, either way. That said, Alec.
Yeah, of course. Hi, my name's Alec Gunter. Hello to all of Cirrus's chat and YouTube peoples. I basically do react content. I react to people like this guy that we're about to react to, Brian Holdsworth, who we'll get into in a second. Basically just people who don't quite understand what they're talking about, who don't seem to very much like gay and trans people that much. Sometimes, I do what is it? Sorry, I'm bad at this.
Your brain just shot itself.
Yeah, it really did. Anti-apologist content. That's what I'm thinking of. Anti-apologist when it comes to like religion. Just making sure that we keep the record straight on like what's acceptable as far as religion goes, which hating gay people is not. And I've been kind of on that kick lately, so that's what I've been doing. I also crochet. So I've been doing a lot of Pokemon crochet dolls. I've been playing with the Voltorb here in my hands, so you can see that.
Fair enough.
So yeah,
he's
it's been
adorable.
really fun. Thank you. He's on sale now on my store. You can find it in my YouTube description. So if you want him, he can be all yours. So yeah,
you're reminding me that I need to pry something off of my 3D printer bed, but it's struggling to get it off. Is that gonna work? No. Okay. Let's try this. We'll manhandle it. There we go. That kind of works.
Hey. 3D printing. That's sick.
I had to print more of these out. There we go. One of these guys, the dice containers.
Yeah, the one, just real quick, the one that you gave to me for Katie actually broke.
Damn.
We tried to twist it off and it wouldn't come off, so like it just kind of snapped. So I think we got to like figure out how to fix that. But we really appreciate it. It's just I got to figure out how to fix it. I might like drill something into it and twist that little part out that broke off. But I'm sorry about that.
all you've got to do, the part, because if the part breaks off inside, all you've got to do literally is just like stick your thumb on it and twist it around, and that's basically enough friction to pull it out.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Unless you left it in a car for any amount of time, in which case it might have been, if it gets heat warped, it's fucked.
Okay, well, I'll see if I can't fix it, but yeah.
Worst case scenario, I'll just print you off another one.
I appreciate that. You don't have to do that, but thank you. But yeah, it's probably my fault. But anyway, so we're about to go over this guy named Brian Holdsworth. He describes himself as a struggling Catholic thinker, apologist, writer, speaker, and communication professional. Makes commentaries on topics he finds interesting, which focus on culture, morality, and religion, informed by his experience as a practicing Catholic. I've gone over a couple of his videos already on my channel. I know that Cyrus briefly watched one of his videos when I introduced Cyrus to him. So
I feel like I've probably covered this guy years ago, maybe, but I don't know. Like it's lost in the miasma of the past.
Yeah, so he's got such bangers as Our Gay Priest's a Thing, which I think is the one you watched.
Yeah, I watched the Our Gay Priest one, and the conclusions he came to in that one were some of the most confusing things I've ever heard, like penned to paper and then let out in mouth. Just the whole, like, actually, we should be defining them not by the people they've harmed, but no, by the oaths they took. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. So if somebody has an abusive stepfather, we should know them not by them being an abusive stepfather, but by the I do's that happened in the marriage beforehand. Okay, that sounds very stupid, but sure, you do you.
Yeah, that was bizarre. And then also I noticed he was doing a lot of no true Scotsman fallacy with, if you're like gay, then you're not really a priest. And if you're a priest, then you're not really gay. Like you can't be both.
Which doesn't make any fucking sense.
It was bizarre. I also got to go over this new one that he just released because this looks interesting. Female altar servers are a bigger problem than you think.
Oh my God.
That looks like a fun one.
It's only a bigger problem. It's only a big problem if you have an issue with paladin women, which I do. So.
True. Oh, you do? Uh-oh. Well, we won't get into that. I don't want to let Katie know that. All right.
Oh, dear.
So we got a good one here. We got, why are atheists angry at God? Cyrus, are you angry at God? I'm just curious.
Not really. So there's a couple angles I can go ahead and preempt this with. It's hard for me to be angry at God in any way that's different than me being angry at any other fictional character, because I don't view God as anything other than a fictional character. I do have some residual anger for the idea of the Christian God for a lot of reasons. Not in the like somebody can't be Christian, being Christian is bad sense. That'd be a stupid take. In the sense that I do not like the person who many people's idea of God warps people into. The person who, especially the Old Testament, warps people who, say, are part of the NIFB into. I do not like that thing. But it's more akin to not liking an idea than it is to disliking a person, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that the question being posed here is because this person does believe in God, that atheists are literally angry at the person God, when the way that you're describing it is we're angry at the ideas that the idea of God and the ideas that puts into people's heads about reality and about, like I was saying earlier, gay and trans people, or people of any minority group that Christians tend to go after. They literally would use back in the day Christianity to justify slavery, for instance. And it's like, well, that's a great reason to be angry at the concept of God,
Yeah, it's less being angry at your God and more being angry at the person that you become when you hide behind that idea, it's a lot of extension of religious trauma, honestly, is mostly what it boils down to. But let's go ahead and get into the video. What's he, what English words does he say out of his mouth hole?
Absolutely. And just let me know when you want me to pause it.
Sure.
I recently saw a clip of an exchange between a street evangelist and a crowd.
1 second. I think your video feed actually gave out.
It's running fine on my end.
Okay, let me...
So I don't know what I would do to fix it.
Okay.
Let me do this, see if maybe that fixes it.
Yep, that fixed it, I think.
Okay.
I think.
Weird.
It fixed it for a second.
Oh,
now
that
it's
is
back to what it was
unfortunate.
doing. Uh-oh. Here, let me try hanging up and coming back real quick. Sorry.
Sweet.
Okay, give me just a second.
I love technology. It's so great.
It's awesome. All right, share screen. About.
Is that all working now?
Hold on. Gotta go grid. Okay. All right, it looks like we're back.
Sweet.
Alrighty, sorry about that little hiccup, and we're back into it.
Crowd of people that he was trying to evangelize. And at one point, an older man introduced his own contribution to the exchange by offering his own version of the problem of pain argument against the existence of God. And his remark was something like, how can God allow 6 million Jews to get murdered during the Holocaust? How can he sit by and do nothing when innocent children are abused in horrific ways or die of terrible diseases? And before the evangelist was able to respond, because this was supposed to be an interactive format, the man with the objection turned his back and walked away, refusing to listen to whatever answer might come.
So a lot of that comes down to the fact that we've heard damn near every objection that you can possibly come up with. Now, I will at least say this. It's funny that Brian is using that particular evangelist, because that particular evangelist tends to be much more progressive than what Brian seems to showcase on his channel. Because I've looked at a few of his videos before. They've come up on my shorts feed. But that said, a lot of us just want to have that final word because we are very tired. I know I'm very tired about having the why don't you believe in God conversation. I believed in God for over 18 years. I stopped believing for my own reasons. And I am now here. A lot of times it's not that I want to have a particular dialogue with somebody on the street. I'll probably just tell them something to shut them up so I can go on and carry on with my day.
Yeah, I mean, after a certain amount of times that you ask this question, you're just doing it to make a point. You know, like you're not really interested in the answer anymore because you've already heard. I mean, we just literally watched a video where the entire time they were just dancing around the answer. And that's probably what this guy is going to do as well, is just dance around the answer and say, well, that doesn't really solve the problem of evil. You know, and it's like we're not trying to solve the problem of evil in this question. We're trying to question where the evil came from to begin with. You know, and that's very important for Christians to be able to answer, or people of any religious denomination, if they believe that their God is all-knowing, all-loving, and all-powerful. Also, just real quick, you froze again, and I would hate to leave you on, like, frozen like this unless you're okay with that. Like, you don't look bad or anything. It's not a bad still, but...
You know what? We'll just have me as a still frame. It's fine. It's better
Okay.
than stopping a billion times trying to fix it.
And now you're working again. I don't know if it's just when the video was playing.
That's weird.
We'll roll with it.
And it was clear that he was angry. He was gesturing aggressively, raising his voice, and in the end, he was too angry to wait for any kind of a response. And I don't think, and this is based on my own experience, which is quite extensive, that this kind of thing is exceptional. That conversations about the existence of God can evoke this kind of emotional response, which is strange when you really think about it, right? Like, imagine if
it's not so much that a conversation about God is emitting the response. It's when we're talking about a street evangelist, a lot of it's because, and don't get me wrong, this sounds really arrogant, but I've got better fucking shit to do.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to a lot of times, is just, I've got better shit to do than hear you talk about why you love Jesus. It's not going to be any different than the last 12 people who've stopped me on the street. It will be no different. It never is. So,
yeah, I mean, I do this for content, you know? Like, when I look at these videos, it makes great content. It brings in some views, makes me a little bit of money, and that's fantastic. And it also helps, you know, hopefully pull some people in who may not have considered my point of view. But when you're just out on the street like that, it's like, you know, talking to an evangelist, a street preacher or whatever, you know.
I just kind of want to go to the store and get food.
And not be, you know, pestered by people who believe that that 6 million Jews being killed in the Holocaust was okay because it was all part of God's plan or something. You know, like that's really what it comes down to at the end of the day.
Because I haven't seen this video, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that there's going to be something about, well, you're looking at this only from your limited perspective. You're not looking at it from God's perspective, which is expansive and huge. And I have a counter argument for that one, but let's see where we go.
Expansive and huge. Not the only thing here that's expansive and huge.
Wieners.
Yeah, that. I was gonna say. Have I showed you my Mew doll that I'm working on, by the way?
Oh, it's like a scaled up version of Trump's dick.
It's not a penis. It's just gonna be Mew.
Vice Rhino, thank you for the subscription. Holdsworth literally says in another video that black people are inferior, but we should treat them equally anyways because of God. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Also, Hannah, hi. Thank
Wow.
you for the raid. How was your stream?
Yeah, that's what... Sorry.
I was going to say real quick, anybody who's coming in from Hannah's stream, go ahead and hit the !collab command, and that will give you a link to Alec Gunter's stream, who I'm collaborating with right now.
Yes, and if you come over to my stream, unfortunately, Cirrus is frozen again. I don't know what's wrong with it, but I forgot what I was going to say just a second ago.
I just really liked that pose, that's all.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's keep going.
Two pundits were debating who they thought should be, I don't know, like the rookie of the year in Major League Baseball. And without really listening to the other person, one of them just spent most of his time and effort personally ridiculing and denouncing the other person, and then eventually just stormed away without listening to any kind of a response.
Okay, I remember what I was going to say. Sorry. Black people are inferior, but we still shouldn't discriminate. It is a very interesting take. Thank you for reminding me, Grays. And what I was going to say about that is that's one of those, you did the math wrong, but like still somehow
you got the right answer.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, yeah, you're right. We shouldn't treat them any differently. But like but you did
not
the work
because God.
wrong. Yeah, you did the work wrong to get to that point. Anyway.
If you were a witness to that kind of interaction, wouldn't you likely conclude that the enraged pundit was informed more by some personal resentment than reason and logic? And what I find
I could agree that there's certainly like more personal resentment going on there. The question isn't whether or not personal resentment's going on. I'm wholly willing to believe the old dude had some personal resentment. My question would be more on the why, because like for me, as someone who's 32, who's already been accosted too many fucking times, even at work. I mean, not now because my work is now here, but back when I used to work at Aldi, there was a religious dude who worked at my Aldi who would constantly evangelize to me, and everyone else at work was just like, yeah, that's normal, that's fine. Like there was one woman there who would do the whole like, if evolution's true, why is there still monkeys?
Nice.
Afterwards, while
Classic.
the like, so one person was trying to be an actual informed apologist, and the other one was trying to be just a really, really obnoxious person that probably should have been doing literally anything else with their life. I got very, very tired of it. And when I would go home, a lot of my times online would be dealt with seeing a lot of the same thing. A lot of people telling me that I should believe in God or I'm going to go to hell and so on and so forth. Eventually, you just get fucking tired of it. So again, I don't care whether or not the dude had resentment in his heart. I care about the why that happened.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like, I don't jump to judgment about that person because that person's not the one evangelizing. They're just trying to go about their life. So I don't care as much.
Significant sample size of atheists, which I've been exposed to in this kind of work, is that they
So
don't
your
just
personal
disagree with
experience.
certain doctrines of religion like Christianity. They hate it in an unambiguous way. The lack of ambiguity is demonstrated by the consistent habit of relying on condescension, ridicule, and what Chesterton called the sneer. They don't.
Dude, the number of times I've seen Christians sneer at atheists and be like, I'll pray for you. You know, like, I'm sorry. They started the condescension first. You cannot convince me otherwise.
I don't care about the condescension. I don't. I think both snooty Christians and fedora atheists both do the snooty shit to each other. I think that the important thing is digging a layer deeper than that. The snooty stuff isn't and has never been the issue. The issue is, for the atheist, a lot of times it's, well, what are you trying to prove? Is your goal to tell people that God doesn't exist? Are you basically evangelizing the same way that Christians have been doing? Or are you just trying to go about your day and let people know, hey, maybe there's some abusive tendencies that have come with your God belief? And then for the Christian, the conversation ends up going, hey, what bigotries are you basically using your book to hide behind about? Like, in Brian's case, do you not like black people, but you hide behind your book to give you a reason to treat them like human beings? Because that's really fucking weird. You understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just, like, with the condescension thing, I'm just so tired. Like, I know that atheists can be condescending. I get it. But I do feel like there is a condescension to being like, I'll pray for you, or like, I'll, like, it's which is way more grating to me. Like, maybe it's just because I am an atheist, but I feel like I can empathize more with the condescension that comes from atheists, even if you're like a fedora wearing lay Reddit atheist wiping the crumbs off your beard before you, swipe them off your neck beard before you tippy tap on your keyboard about how much better you are than the Christians, which I don't agree with that, but like I don't know. To me, it's just not this. Like, it's not the same vibe. This could be a vibes thing on my part.
It could be.
Yeah.
They don't just disagree, they consider the thing to be contemptible. And that hatred can compel a person to refuse any possible evidence that might be presented to them, with more than a few leading atheists having admitted this kind of a prejudice. Because what kind of a person trying to position them...
What new evidence is he bringing for a deity? I'm genuinely confused. I will never fault somebody for simply the act of believing in a god. I don't think that that's the right thing to do. But I also will not go on the other side of that and say, yeah, you did bring up a good point. You said God works in mysterious ways, and it totally wasn't the 13,000th time I've heard that in the last year. So you've definitely given me new evidence that I need to ascertain and ruminate on.
Yeah, the evidence usually boils down to like personal experience is one. I know I just really recently watched personal experience is the most common one, where it's like, well, I almost died, or my friend almost died, and they saw God or saw heaven or whatever. So that's a really common one, but that's not evidence. I just recently watched, it was really funny. Have you heard of like the math proof of God?
Yes, I have. It's the math proof of God, isn't it just I had to roll a dice 12 bajillion times to come to the likelihood of an event happening, and that's the same likelihood that human beings coming to be in the way we understand them is therefore God, because unlikely things never ever happen. That's basically what it boils down to.
That, and then Redeemed Zoomer also said something, because I was watching his video about it.
Fuck Redeemed Zoomer.
Right?
Anyway.
But I was watching his video, and he said something about like certain equations will bring us to exactly 0, or like if you add pi with another number, it brings you to exactly 1. I can't remember exactly.
Numbers go burr. Who cares?
That's what I was saying. We came up with the numbers. Like, it works out that way because we conceptualized it. You know, that's not like a cosmic coincidence. That's humanity doing math. Like, I don't know.
Like
It's
math,
just very
I'm sorry,
silly.
math doesn't prove God, but if it did, I don't think it necessarily proves the Christian God. It would prove the concept of a deity, maybe. And that's about as far as it would go.
That's exactly what I said. Like, you can prove the concept of infinity. You know, like, we have to have a concept for that, and it
But it doesn't
exists
point
in
to
some
an
capacity.
infinite being.
Right. Exactly.
Themselves as rational would open a debate by admitting that they are unwilling to consider any possible evidence that could be presented for the existence of God. Because that
most of the time I don't see atheists saying that. They say, like, I'm open to evidence, I just haven't seen any good evidence yet. Right?
Yeah. I guess it depends though. So like for a lot of atheists, a lot of us existing on the internet, there's a bit of a script some of us go by. And it's not that we have an internal Bible to base the script off of. It's that we've had a certain amount of stimuli and we have a response to that stimuli that gets kind of codified over time. And on the internet, yes, a lot of us do have the I'm open to evidence, but I doubt you're going to present any. That kind of shtick. I feel like if you go out and deal with regular Joes on the street, you might get more myriad responses than that. Again, likely due to people wanting to just get on with their day instead of being accosted by random old men on the street. But the fact is still there. There could be a variety of responses out there, but here on the internet, people act in somewhat more predictable ways. It's a lot like when you and I went to Yonkers and we'd talk to people during canvassing. The way people act online with politics and the way people act when you're standing in their doorway are two very different beasts.
That's completely fair. I didn't consider that. I have somebody in my YouTube chat that says, I ask a bunch of atheists if the Christian God existed, would they believe in him? And if they don't, do you think it rational not to? If he existed, we would have evidence for it. Like, or you need to provide evidence that he exists in order for somebody to believe in him. Like, if he could exist, you know, I'm not saying it's impossible, but there's no evidence yet that we've seen.
Like, as an example, is it rational to believe that your partner is cheating on you? We know that partners cheating on partners happen. We know that this is a thing that happens in reality. But the existence of partners cheating does not itself yield information on whether or not your partner is cheating. You have to provide more evidence than that. When you start providing evidence, those of you who have gone through it, I'm sure that you're already thinking of them right now, and I've just brought up some trauma for you, so I apologize for that. But the fact of the matter is, there is follow-up questions there. So if you go, if God exists, is it not rational to believe in him or it, whatever concept of God we're working with this week? The problem that you run into is, much like with cheating partners, the existence of the thing, the existence of the concept, isn't necessarily enough of a reason to believe in it right then and there. You still need to have something on top of that. You need to have a pattern of behavior. You need to have something that you can identify, something that you can point to. Whether or not a God exists is kind of irrespective of whether or not I believe in him, if there's no evidence for me to actually look at in the first place.
Right. I have just as much evidence that God exists as I do that the flying spaghetti monster exists. That whole thing, right? Like, it could be any number of things out there. You know, like, I simply don't have evidence. If I did, then I would be much more convinced. But since I don't,
and like,
I'm not.
And again, for a lot of people, it comes down to, we weigh evidence in various ways. For instance, Somebody who has had a history of being cheated on with partners may be more likely to believe unscrupulous evidence for their partner because there is a history of that. That doesn't make it more or less rational for them to believe it. It just gives them another point in the bucket for that being enough for believing them. I'm wholly ready to admit that Brian Holdsworth has received enough evidence to believe in a God, enough that satisfies his epistemology. That's fine. What I'm also saying as a follow-up is I've not received enough evidence myself. And I don't think that the evidence that works for him might meet the same criteria of evidence that I might require. What I do know, though, is that if we're talking about an all-knowing God, which not all God concepts are, but if we are talking about an all-knowing God, whatever it'll take to convince me, he already knows what that is. And he's actively choosing not to do it. So...
True.
That feels like a problem for the ball being thrown in your God's court.
I always say, like, if God does exist and he's all-knowing and he wants me to know that he exists, then he would find a way to make sure that I know.
Yeah,
So-
if we're talking about the Christian triomni God, this doesn't apply to, this obviously doesn't apply to a lot of pagan gods who, whether they want you to believe in them or not, will come down to whether or not they want to be fucking affiliated with you. Like, for a lot of pagan deities, it's literally, did they want to sit with you at the lunch table? No? Okay, fuck off. That's kind of what it comes down to in some of those faiths. And it's a different set of criteria.
Yeah. All right, we'll keep going.
That would be an admission that this isn't about reason or evidence for them, but rather their own preferences and prejudices. But when pressed on this question, I've seen some leading atheists like Richard Dawkins and Peter Atkins come to mind, admit that there isn't any possible evidence that would persuade them. For example, if they were to witness like a miracle, some event that is impossible without supernatural intervention, which is the only kind of evidence that could exceed reasonable doubt.
Hold on. I have a question. What kind of thing would meet that criterion? I say that because as human beings, the way that we identify things is by comparison. That's how we do things. We have a frame of reference, and that's what we base things on. When you eat a new fruit and you've not eaten one before, you compare it to all the fruits you've had before, and that's where you get your flavor profile for it. You'll eat, say, a lotus fruit, and you'll say, oh, it has kind of an appley, it has kind of a grapey texture, but it has kind of an appley taste, and eventually you might be able to just figure out what lotus fruit tastes like, but you're still going, your first time experiencing it, you're going to compare it to everything else that you've had there. Since impossible events have not happened, what frame of reference do we have for figuring out that this thing was impossible outside of miracle? How did we come to that conclusion when we literally cannot bring up a mode of comparison?
Right, like if I see, like let's take it for instance, like if somebody is dead, and then they suddenly spring back to life, my assumption is not a miracle just happened. My assumption is that person probably was not dead to begin with. There has to be a scientific explanation.
Yeah, we hit them with a defibrillator, or like they had a blood clot that just released right then. There's any number of things that we can find, and oftentimes we find that is the case. Hell, there was a documentary that I watched when I was a kid that gave a scientific explanation for every one of the 10 plagues of Egypt, of all things. You can find reasons for several phenomenon, whether or not those phenomenon even happened, which, of course, with the 10 plagues, we know they didn't because the Egyptians were record keepers, and we have no record of the plagues.
Super Duper in the chat asks, what I ask is if it is a fact that the Christian God exists as a hypothetical, and so I'm assuming we know that he exists. In this hypothetical, you know him to exist, and the question would you worship him? The most rational answer is yes to me. Well, that would depend.
The most rational answer is not yes. The most rational answer is depending on, so to give an allegory to that, if you're living in a fascist country, is the most rational thing worshiping the fascist and pushing forward that regime and adding and swelling power to it, or is it more rational to try to fight against it to change that status quo? Your situations may vary, but one of these sounds like the coward response.
Yeah, in that scenario, the fascist would essentially be God over you. I mean, they have the power of the military at their fingertips. They can kill you at a moment's notice. They might as well be God in that sense. But am I going to worship him? No, of course not. He's a fascist. He sucks. Like, I might outwardly say that I do so that I don't get murked, but like internally, no, I would hate him. You know, I don't.
Yeah, you would do the things you need for personal preservation, and you wouldn't go a step further.
Right, and if we're talking about a God that can like detect what's going on inside of my brain, well, then I'm screwed either way, because I would think that he's, the Christian God as he's laid out in the Bible is not a good person. I'm sorry. So, I can't help what I think about him. So he's just going to probably just send me to hell, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, we won't have very much ability to do anything in that scenario, but now we have to talk about whether or not God is revoking our consent, in which case God is a rapist. There we go.
Oof. Yeah, true.
Let's see where we're at.
Yep.
They would rather conclude that they were hallucinating or had gone insane than admit that something supernatural had actually occurred.
Yes.
And of course, this standard of skepticism, which I would claim is unreasonable, can be applied to anything.
Wait, why is that unreasonable? We
It's literally them saying they're suspending their belief. They're suspending their belief in the thing to see if there's a rational explanation. That doesn't feel that feels perfectly reasonable.
That's completely reasonable. Can be applied
if
to
I
anything,
hate
though.
the idea that the earth is round and the possibility of it being round agitates me to the point of anger and contempt for those who disagree with me, then any evidence, even evidence that I experience firsthand in support of this claim, is something that I could just chalk up to the failures of my own faculties of perception. Like my eyes and my brain are simply
this for though. Like, so this, I agree with him on this point that our own faculties are not enough most of the time. This is why we also rely on the faculties of others. This is why in science we have things like peer review and replicatability, because one person's scenario may not be enough to figure out if something is true. The souls experiment, where we tried to figure out what the weight of a human soul was. We found that there were plenty of phenomenon that were causing little bits of weight to redistribute themselves away from the human body during the decomposition process. When we were far more ignorant, we assumed that this was the soul leaving the body, and therefore the human soul had a particular weight. And then when more scientists started trying to do that experiment again with proper controls, they found, oh, he pooed in his pants. There's where the math went. Like,
man.
There turns out there were actually very rational explanations for where matter was going in the body.
That's really funny. Sorry, that wasn't the soul. That was actually a pile of shit.
There's a little bit of dookie.
It's funny, they actually use that concept in One Piece, though, because the soul does exist in One Piece. So if we live in One Piece world...
in anime, it's fine.
Yeah. So in One Piece world, checkmate atheists, God exists.
He also exists... So, further checkmate, he exists in Dragon Ball as well, but he's got a power level we can scan, so you can get stronger than God and kick his fucking ass.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm all for it. Let's go. Well, they introduced God like 70 times in that show, though. They're like, oh, here's Kami, which literally means God. Then they introduce the Supreme Kai. Or no, King Kai.
Yep.
Then the Supreme... Yeah, it just keeps going on and on. So eventually there will be another Zeno or something. Who knows?
Deceiving me. And if I did that, wouldn't that be evidence of my own irrationality on this subject?
Yeah, if you don't peer review it, yeah. Like, you're...
Yeah.
That's basically your sixth sense there. I mean, like, I think of it like this. Somebody who has... If you take a person who like has some kind of hallucinatory disorder, like schizophrenia, I've worked with schizophrenic patients before. They say they see things, they say they feel things that aren't there, and without a frame of reference, yes, they might truly believe that those things are there. But when everyone around them is telling them no, that's not there, that's the peer review. So that part is very important.
Yes, it would. Which is why atheists who demonstrate such animosity towards theism and who refuse to allow any evidence to be presented to them should be treated in the same way. These are not rational people offering reasonable degrees of skepticism. These are people motivated by emotions and personal animus, and to whatever degree that they invoke their rational faculties, it's at the service of their emotions and prejudices rather
And
than
Brian,
the other
I
way
hate
around.
to tell you this. That's every human being. That's all of us. Every
Yeah.
single one of us has this really cool thing called type 1 thinking, and then we have type 2 thinking. Type 1 thinking is your emotional response. That's the response that says the lion is in the bush and it's going to eat me. Type 2 thinking is your logical response, but it happens much later, after the survival instinct kicks in. What Brian's doing is describing an understood and quantifiable phenomenon for 100% of human beings that he is also subject to. Every single argument made against atheists here exists for his brand of Christian just as well. They have an emotional investment in a god, and literally the idea of hell is held over their soul, literally, as a bargaining chip for that particular emotional investment.
Yeah, and they're told if they ever stray away from that, well, they're going to hell. So, there's really no getting out of that one.
I think is going on with a lot of the people who rail against the existence of God, and anyone who supports that claim is described by C.S. Lewis in his
Diagnosis.
autobiography, recounting the inconsistency of mind and heart that he suffered with when he was an atheist. He says this: I was at this time living like so many atheists or anti-theists in a whirl of contradiction. I
Not the same
maintained
thing,
that
by the way.
God did not exist. I was also very angry with God for not existing. I was equally angry with him for creating a world. And that's
Okay, but
really
that's
weird.
Yeah, it's just his personal experience, man. That doesn't describe all atheists. And also, atheist and anti-theist is not the same thing.
No, actually, there are people who can be theists who are anti-theists. They believe God exists and they want to kill the motherfucker. They want to be deicide.
Based. I love that.
That's reminiscent for me of another quote by G.K. Chesterton when he said, the worst moment for an atheist is when he's really thankful and has no one to thank. And that's true
What?
enough.
No, that's not the one. No, there's plenty of
Wait.
things I can be thankful to. I can be thankful for this cat for not blading my feet while I'm sleeping. Like, there's plenty of things to be thankful for and plenty of ways to be thankful for them. We just we just point things at the signpost better, I think.
I'm thankful that I came into a
You said came.
I did say that. You're right.
I'm thankful that I came.
Yes, I am thankful for that. I say that every time I do that to my fiance. But no, I'm.
Thank you for letting me come,
Thank
honey.
you. Thank you. No, but in all seriousness, I am thankful that I came into this world at the time that I did, as opposed to like in the 14th century when there was like no infrastructure, when there was horrific disease and pestilence. I think it was like the 14th century. I could be wrong on this. Whenever the Black Plague was, the Middle Ages. Point is, I live in a society that has been built on top of like layers and layers of other people's work. And I am extraordinarily thankful for that. I wouldn't be able to live the life that I live now. I wouldn't have nearly the comforts that I do now. But that's not thanks to God. That's thanks to the people who all came before me. And I feel like just watering that down to God did it, or like, even something as simple as like surviving a car accident when I was 8, like at first I thought, well, God did that. No, God didn't do that. The car manufacturers did that. They built
the car manufacturers did it, and by the grace of you being a young child with far more malleable bones.
I mean, my mom was also in it, and she survived. She was, not fine, but she was fine. You know what I mean?
She lived.
She lived. Yeah, we all lived, thankfully. But anyway,
she got to take the selfie afterwards that says just caption "I lived, bitch."
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. But I used to attribute that to God, and it's there is a physical explanation for that. And so I'm thankful for the car manufacturer that built the car well enough that, caused me to not get into that accident, to not die in that accident. But But I can also be, I guess on another point, this is kind of a tangent, I can also be angry that we live in a society dominated by car infrastructure. If that was God's doing, then God really screwed up on that one. So
yeah, I really think that it would be far better if we all just lived in walkable cities. That would be grand. But what am I doing? I live in not quite the suburbs, but far in the woods in the suburbs.
Super Duper says, if God exists, he is the good by definition. And ethic you hold that opposes God is irrational in this hypothetical. What
Therefore,
rationale?
if God wants rape to happen, then rape is good. Do you hear the words coming out of your mouth?
Yeah, that's a
Are
really
you
easy one,
willing
man.
to just say rape is good? Like, no. God is not by definition good. God defines himself as good, which, by the way, doesn't make him unique amongst every other cogent being. All of us believe that we are good in some form or fashion. His is not any better or unique in any way.
If you truly do believe in an all-knowing, all-powerful God, and you believe that God is all good all the time, then I disagree with your God. The only difference is that I have no power against him. He just exerts his version of goodness over me via force, which is not good in a manner of speaking.
If we want to just agree that might makes right, then all right, cool. If the United States decides that you're a threat to security and they just send the National Guard or a SWAT team to your house and kill you, it was good. Like, it can't be anything but good. They had the power there. They made the decision.
Plus, it was part of God's
must
plan.
have been good.
And it was part of
also
God's
part
plan.
of God's plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was good.
It had to be.
But
it's exactly what God wanted.
Exactly. It had to be.
Reverse, I think, is also true for a lot of atheists, in which they find themselves outraged about some perceived injustice in the world, but have no one to direct their complaint to. As a Christian, I believe that God cares about my
injustice in the world. Hold on, let me think of a few perceived injustices. So women lost the right to having rights over their own uteruses. I'm pretty sure I can blame the Supreme Court and Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell for that one. Let's see here. There's a whole bunch of people being killed in Gaza. Pretty sure I can blame Israel and Russia for that one. Oh yeah, Ukraine being invaded. I can just blame Russia for that one. That one's easy. Taxes being as high as they are for people who are working independently. Pretty sure I can blame Reagan for that one when he reformed the tax codes. Name me an injustice that I can't point the finger at where it fucking happened. I can do that. It's pretty easy.
I was low T for a while. So, where does that come from, huh? I question you that.
Your dad's wiener. Your dad's wiener didn't wiener enough.
God damn it, Dad. Fuck. All right, let's keep going.
No one to direct their complaint to. As a Christian, I believe that God cares about my prayers, and so there have been times when I've complained to him. I've raised my objection, and I also firmly believe that he honors those moments. He doesn't just rebuke me or smite me for it. He receives.
I want to stop for a second because I do think that there is a therapeutic component to that. I think that it's almost like journaling, right? Like you're basically just venting frustrations. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but that doesn't mean that anybody's listening either. Like I said, it's like journaling. People keep diaries and stuff. So
it's good for your mental health.
Yeah.
It is impossible to tell the difference between generalized euphoria for being in a crowd of like-minded people and the feeling you get in church. It is impossible to tell the difference psychologically between the feeling you get of spilling your emotions out on paper and the feeling of God comforting you for praying to him. There is no quantifiable difference in the way the brain responds to these types of things chemically. So I'm sorry. It's not that he's answering stuff. I agree with Alec. It's just journaling.
Yeah, it's not bad for you, but yeah, it is just journaling.
He honors those moments. He doesn't just rebuke me or smite me for it. He receives those strained expressions and interacts with them and leads me towards some kind of understanding about it. But the atheist in the clip that I saw
just therapy.
is distressed by historical events like the Holocaust and the seemingly arbitrary suffering of innocent people and children, well and good, so am I. But my objections make sense in light of
We're
the
on the
fact
same
that
page.
I believe in God who exists. If you don't believe there is anything more than matter and motion or the physical universe, on what grounds do you have to say that the world and the events captured in time should have been another way, which is what we're doing when we make moral objections?
But I feel like that's the other way around. Like, wait, hold on. Let me go back one more time, sorry.
What grounds do you have to say that the world and the events captured in time should have been another way, which is what we're doing when we make moral objections?
But if God but I guess I'm just not following, because if God exists and God is, again, this is just the whole argument of like, if God exists and he's all good, all knowing, and all powerful, then why did the Holocaust happen? Like,
Yeah, it's
we just
the
circle back
only
around.
explanation then is that it was God's will.
Right.
Like,
it
that's
had
all
to
you
be.
get.
And so what you're saying then, by necessity, if God is all good, all knowing, and all powerful, then the Holocaust was good because it was part of God's plan. You have to say that. Like, that is the logical conclusion. So like, when you don't, if you don't believe in an all knowing, all loving, all powerful God, you can conceptualize things working out differently, more easily, because you don't just justify it by saying, or you know, brush it off by saying it was God's plan, you know. And so like, I don't know, am I making sense?
No, it makes sense. The only way that this works out is you have to be willing to say God wanted the Jews killed. Like that's where you
Yeah.
have to go. You logically have to step into that miasma. You don't get much of a choice.
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't make much sense to me.
To say that things should be other than they are is to accuse the physical universe of being other than what it should be. How can you say that if the physical universe is all that there is? Like,
because I believe in free choice. Like, I believe in freedom of choice. You know, there is, like, it's difficult to quantify. I'll hand you that. But I do think that, I mean, and you can be influenced by a variety of things. You know, you can have your freedom influenced. But I still do believe that humans are individuals who are capable of ascertaining a situation and acting upon it, you know, like in their own independent way. I can believe in freedom of choice and people using that to do bad things without believing in a higher power.
Yeah, I don't need the extra bits added on. This is one of the wonderful things about, say, Occam's razor. When we make an assumption about something, we don't have to pile on assumptions about it. Oftentimes, it is better to operate within the confines of the conclusion that takes the least amount of assumptions. I can see people operating as if they have free will all the time. I don't need an invisible guy behind them allowing them to have free will because he spoke it into existence. That component is largely unnecessary.
Yeah, it's like Occam's razor. It's like, you know, the simplest explanation is the most reasonable. And so like, you're just adding pieces when you put God, when you stick God in there. I can't, even if I can't explain, I mean, it's a God of the gaps fallacy at the end of the day. Even if I can't explain why people have free will, that doesn't necessarily mean that God was the one who made it.
if I were playing a video game and it had fixed rules and code governing those rules, and something happens that I don't really like in the game, I might object and say that, yeah, it shouldn't have been configured that way. Should have been a different way. But when I do that, I'm appealing, perhaps in a futile way, to the game developers. I'm saying they should have done this differently. But if there was no game developer, if the game was all that there was, on what grounds would I have to say it should have been made differently? That would be an entirely irrational.
So simple. By playing a different, better video game, I know that Bubsy 3D is a steaming pile of horseshit, and the developer should have made something different because I had the opportunity. I had the opportunity due to having loving parents that bought me Banjo-Kazooie. I know that Bubsy 3D is horseshit because I can compare it to Banjo-Kazooie. I can appeal to the design choices in other similarly designed, made at the similar time with similar technology video games. I can do that. Just like I can look at life before I get ass cancer AIDS and life after I get ass cancer AIDS and go, no, I shouldn't have had ass cancer AIDS. That's unfair and that's not cool, because I can appeal to a better life that I can observe or in many cases experienced.
Yeah, maybe not the best debuff. Oh, God. Yeah, I kind of get what you're saying. My brain is starting to power down a little bit, but I understood most of that.
National sentiment. And atheists who express outrage about their moral misgivings are basically doing this. To rephrase Chesterton's remark, the worst moment for an atheist is when he is really angry about some injustice and has no one to direct his complaint. All he can do is just shake his fist at the sky and never.
Is he basically just saying that it's bad when we can't throw the blame places? Because
yeah,
that
is what he's saying. Yeah.
So there's a friend of mine, Moriarty, on YouTube. He's a wonderful YouTuber, does a lot of very good work, did a really amazing expose against limited run games. Y'all should watch his content and check him out. His channel name is like spelled Mr. Ixit almost, because he tries to find weirdly esoteric ways to spell Moriarty. That's just what he does. I don't know why he does that specific thing. But anyway, the important part about this isn't that. The important part about this is he made an observation to a group of YouTubers recently. Like 4 of us, and we were around a grill after a rack of ribs had been cooked for far too long, and nobody had a chance to hang out with anybody else because they were too busy waiting for this rack of ribs to be cooked in the middle of an Airbnb. But that, again, that detail's besides the point. The point is, he made an observation about English language specifically, but a lot of languages that have the same roots as English as well. These languages have a very strange component to them, and that is how much of the language by default is directed at a person. A lot of times when we feel like somebody is blaming us for something, they're not blaming us for something. It's because the very first thing that we kind of naturally go to with American English is something that sounds like blame. For instance, let's say somebody spills milk. What's one of the first things you might say? Why did you do that? Our default sometimes isn't what happened. Even if we say, are you okay? We're still sitting at directed language.
Or,
a shit ton of our language is directed.
I'll do you one better. You walk in and the milk is spilled and you say, who spilled this milk?
Who did this? Exactly.
Who did this?
We don't ask what happened. We ask who did this, because there must be something to point to. This is just kind of a basic thing that happens in our speech, and if you start looking for it, it's easy to point out the ways in which we blame people or blame things, not because we're specifically trying to aim blame at anybody, but because that's the first thing that our brain goes to. We're kind of wired for that if you grew up with English as your first language. So
that's so interesting.
When Brian says this, he's speaking to the same thing. Our compunction to assert blame places is very ingrained, especially in English. That doesn't necessarily mean there is a God, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it is some great travesty that we cannot point to a God for praise or blame. It's literally just an idiosyncrasy of English. That's all it is.
And monkey brain.
And monkey brain. We're pattern seeking things. It's what allowed us to live. We saw that, hey, the lion comes out of the bush sometimes in the savannah. Maybe it's a good idea if I fuck off and eat a banana. That's just a thing that we did. And it let us propagate and survive.
Monkey brain go burr, baby. That's how we got here. Good stuff.
To direct his complaint. All he can do is just shake his fist at the sky and never get any satisfaction for it, because according to his own beliefs, the sky will neither listen nor care. making it an irrational thing to do. But if you feel this relentless impulse to judge the events that occur within space and time and say they should have been otherwise, which I would argue that every single human being has done, isn't that evidence that there is something more than space and time? Isn't that evidence?
No, that's evidence that there's...
that's evidence that I lived at a time before playing Bubsy 3D. That's all that
Yeah.
means.
And also that there's free will. Like you recognize that things can have different outcomes depending on people's choices. Like Hitler should not have killed 6 million Jews. Okay, that's a thing that Hitler should not have done. So if I recognize that free will exists and I see people exerting that free will, and I know that Hitler exerted his free will to take away the free will of 6 million Jews and, you know, countless others, then I can say that, yeah, Hitler shouldn't have done that. Like, this doesn't seem complicated.
I will say this, first of all, to Schlusterd in the chat, here's a link to Moriarty's channel for people who are having trouble finding it. Again, he spells it very esoterically. I will say, actually, I disagree on free will existing. Really? I actually don't believe free will exists. My argument for it's pretty simple. Honestly, it's not very big brained, but it comes down to the fact that we understand that most, if not all, of our actions are determined in our subconscious milliseconds before we actually perform them. Often milliseconds before our brain processes, like the frontal lobe part of our brain, the decision-making part of our brain. Often this happens before we are even cogent that we are doing an action. We have already started doing it subconsciously. If we accept that most of our faculties are controlled in the same way, it's very hard to argue that we have free will. But I am willing to grant there are two things. We have a wonderful illusion of free will, and pragmatically speaking, we have to operate as if we have free will, whether or not it exists. Because society literally just fucking collapses if we start saying that, yeah, no, nobody's got free will.
Or does it? Because, you know, that would be predetermined.
Well, no, that would be fatalism. That's different.
Oh, is that different? Okay, sorry. I must have a misunderstanding.
Free will is just your ability to make a choice. It has nothing to do with like their fatalism or determinism is everything's already set in stone. You're already going to do it. Free will and determinism do come into conflict with one another. But when we're talking about free will, just in the here and now, the only conversation I have there is that, well, your subconscious is doing the things before you, the person you know is you, the person that gets erased if you get a lobotomy, that you, before that person is even cogent of the thing happening. It says nothing about fate being predetermined. I have no evidence of that. But our body is doing a lot of our things just kind of automatically. That we do know happens.
That's so interesting. I really have not given a ton of thought to the concept. I'll be honest with you. I always just kind of operate, like you said, operate on the assumption that it exists and not really think about it. So
it's more healthy to do that. It's honestly far more healthy to do it that way. I'm not going to lie. Existentialism is a stupid endeavor. Don't fall into it, please. I beg of you.
Boy, okay, maybe we'll just keep going then. Oh no.
Of a moral law that indicates that somehow the material world we live in is not realizing its fullest potential. And if so, well then what is that potential if not something that exists outside of space and time? It makes way more sense to believe in the supernatural, which is that which transcends and
You're having to make a lot of assumptions there. Again, I didn't need the supernatural to tell me that Bubsy 3D was a shitty game. I needed to play Banjo-Kazooie or Mario 64. That told me that Bubsy 3D was a shitty game because I got to play what a good game felt like. I don't need the god of 3D platformers to exist somewhere off in space, or the platonic ideal of a 3D platformer. Again, that's just fucking Banjo-Kazooie to exist somewhere. I don't need that.
Wouldn't this also imply that humans are incapable of conceptualizing anything outside of that which is happening unless God exists?
Which would make it impossible for us to conceptualize God too. In which case, it's by God's design that we can't conceptualize God. In which case, that means that it's literally no human's fault that we do or do not believe in Him, because We can't conceptualize him. He's literally written it outside of our ability.
Yeah, and also Bubsy 3D wouldn't exist if we couldn't conceptualize. Like it wouldn't exist in the first place because Bubsy himself is not real. I don't know if I'm making sense, but like whoever made that, like they had to have been able to conceptualize something that's not real. I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense.
Tasha says, I bounced off Banjo-Kazooie. I disagree with it being a platonic ideal of anything. Well, as Brian Holdsworth has showed me in this video, every human being is capable of being wrong.
True, I'm wrong all the time, and people still watch me.
That's same here.
Yeah.
Exceeds the natural or the physical universe when we are held captive by these kinds of sentiments. We, on a daily basis, we can't avoid doing that. If you think the problem of pain is unresolvable, that doesn't mean that the supernatural or that God doesn't exist, just that you aren't morally aligned with it or with him. But you can at least then level.
So, I agree with him that the problem of evil, not the problem of pain, the problem of evil, does in fact not say whether or not a God exists. Because that is not and has never been a mechanic of the problem of evil. The problem of evil, the only thing that it has ever been meant to showcase is that if a God does exist, he's not a good guy. That's the only thing that it showcases. It is not a question of whether or not he exists. It is a question of whether or not an all good God exists. And if what Brian is saying is true, then God's version of morality includes ass cancer AIDS. And I'm sorry, but I don't think I believe in a version of morality that includes Bubsy 3D or ass cancer AIDS. I don't.
I don't know. Bubsy 3D brought us so much good content, though.
Yeah, but some of that came from JonTron.
Oh man, I used to love JonTron.
I used to love JonTron too. I still find his videos funny. I just hate that he's a fucking weird white nationalist.
Then he got all political.
Gaming was fun before it was political.
Before it got political. That's my main gripe with JonTron. Not that he's anti-Semite or anything.
It's that he got political.
Got political.
Your complaint in a rational way rather than just denouncing the universe of which you are a mere contingent part and of which doesn't care about your complaint.
But
okay, so I want to speak to the manager of the universe. You obviously believe he exists, so obviously I can talk to the manager of the universe. Let's fucking go.
So wait, I thought we were supposed to be like thankful and grateful to God, and now you're saying you should complain to him. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like if God is this all good, knowing, loving, powerful guy, shouldn't you trust him, like, intrinsically? Like, you shouldn't complain to him. You know, I feel like you need to, like, take all of those complaints that you have about the universe and about how much your life sucks or whatever, and, like, just bottle that up because, like, God is all good. So whatever's going on with you must be good, right? You know, you can't really complain about it. So if you just chalk things up to like just being a, product of happenstance, just random chance, which, a lot of bad things that happen to you are just random chance, then I feel like that's way more, it's way more rational to be upset about that and to have complaints about that. That's just me. Anyway, let's finish this up.
I don't think he's got any.
Can I ask you to stick?
Oh no, is this a call to action to subscribe to his channel?
Yeah, he's just gonna say subscribe and brianholdsworth.ca, whatever. Yeah.
No, it's better for us to just go to ddlgplayground.com and go get something to go fuck yourself with. Sir, coupon code Sir still works for some ungodly reason. I don't know.
Or you can go to etsy.com/shop/guntergrabs and get your Pokemon plush dolls and support my channel.
They're crocheted and cool.
Yeah, they're awesome. And one of them looks like a penis currently, but it won't soon. It'll look like a Mew. So
And then when he's done making his Amogus dildo Mew for some reason, he'll start making a bunch of crocheted slime services for sale or something. I don't know.
Hey, maybe that'd be a fun collab.
That would be a fun collab. I think I've still got it. Do I have it? Where? I have a crocheted slime service somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where I have it.
Let me hang up real quick and see if I can get the video feed working again.
Okay. It's here.
Hey, there we go.
Got it. It's right here. I do have it. Aha! I do have a crocheted slime service. Right about there.
Very nice. Let me fix this real quick so that people can see.
Yeah.
I just have to go live. There we go.
There we
All
go.
right, now we can
All
see
things
it.
working now.
Yep. Oh, that's cute as shit. Who made that?
This was made by the girlfriend of one of my friends, Emily.
That's adorable.
Yeah.
I love it. It's very well done. The
Put
crocheting
that
is
over
really
there.
fun. Highly recommend.
Catharsis.
All right, well, you got anything else to add about the video before we end the recording?
Subscribe to both of our channels. Support us financially, or you support fascism.
True. Very good point. Subscribe today. Subscribe to me and Cyrus the Skeptic on YouTube.
It's better than tithing to a Catholic administration that shuffles pedophile priests around.
Very true. Very true. I'll go ahead and stop the recording now.
On that note, I think I am going to run to the restroom while you close out stuff.
Yeah, sure. No worries. I got to go to the bathroom here in a second too, actually.
Fair. Then I think we'll go ahead and part ways here on Discord. I want to thank you for being willing to do a collaboration together. I appreciate it after everything we did in Yonkers.
Absolutely. No, thank you too. Cause, you know, I, like I said, I watch your stuff all the time. It's fantastic that, you know, you're super easy to reach out to and just get this going. So thanks so much for, thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, I will talk to you later.
All right. Sounds good. You take care. Well, that was fun. I want to address Super Duper real quick, just real quick. I am getting very tired, so I apologize. At best, it just proves there are possible situations, not that there is a God or a perfect God world. Why is the world not the way that it should be if God exists? Hold on, I'm sorry, I missed a lot of the conversation. Yeah, God is not all good. Just because God exists does not mean he's all good, unless you just submit to the power ideal of God, which is that might makes right. Because anything that God does is intrinsically good, and God can do no wrong, even if he does wrong. So, like, we just go back to the same argument we had before, Super Duper. But if you ever want to come onto the stream at some time and talk about it, I would love to have you. I'm not, like, trying to... Excuse me. I'm being completely sincere. Like, if you would like to have a sincere conversation about it, you know, that'd be fun to do, because it's been a while since I've had a discussion with somebody I disagree with. Besides Cyrus, who I disagree with on the topic of free will. I don't know. I just can't bring myself to believe that free will doesn't exist. And you can call that irrational, I guess. But, you know, we came to the point that we're at because of evolution, and evolution is fucky-wucky, whatever. And, you know, you can make... I think, honestly, you could probably make a better argument for free will not being real. But, yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, I feel like it's real. And even if it's not real, you know what I do have? My experience of it being real. Very dependent on the scale. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, it's amazing you two got together. I agree. It was so cool. I love Cyrus. I'd say, though, that if God exists, that he, she, they cannot actually do wrong if there is one. I disagree. Because my perception of wrong would be different from God's perception of wrong. All right. Let me run to the bathroom real quick, and then I'm going to close out stream, probably. Okay, I'm back. Maybe sometime also you can totally believe in free will as an atheist. No, I think that you can believe in free will as an atheist, and I think I still do believe in free will. I would just have to really stop and consider it. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think really hard about it, because there are elements of the brain that are pretty incomprehensible. Like, there are parts of consciousness and experience that are incomprehensible unless you ascribe to the idea that free will does not actually exist. I don't know. There's a lot of things we can't explain yet, so if free will does exist, then I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this train of thought. I'm tired. I have work in the morning, so I gotta get going. Let me send you guys over to... Well, it seems like Cirrus is still live, so we'll just go over to Cirrus. Yeah, and if you ever do want to talk super duper, you know, I've had discussions with religious people before, and it's always, you know, it's always interesting. Not always civil, but usually that's because I'm talking with people who are, like, religiously homophobic or transphobic or something like that. So, you know, just is what it is. But feel free to hit me up on Discord. You can find my Discord in the description, or you can email me. We'll go to Cirrus. Hold on, I gotta remember how to raid. I figured it out finally, and I forgot again. Because it's fucking complicated on YouTube for some reason. Redirect. Here we go. Cirrus the Skeptic. No, I don't want a video. Echo Cirrus live. There you are. Okay. Alright, so when I end the stream, it should automatically go over to Necosaurus. For everybody who's still here, thank you very much for being here. I love you all. Don't forget, we do have awesome stuff for sale on etsy.com/shop/GunterGrabs. Be sure to grab your Pokemon plush before they run out. I've only got Jigglypuff and Voltorb on there right now, but I'll try to get more on there soon. And other than that, I will not be here this weekend, unfortunately. I do have to go out of town. Well, I don't have to. I want to. We have a convention this weekend, me and Katie, so we'll be out of town. We're going to have a good time. So until next week, I hope you all take care of yourselves and have a fantastic night. And go enjoy Cirrus' stream. Take care, everybody.